has been made.
Welcome to the Z1 Analyzer. This is the telemetry analysis application that goes with the Z1 dashboard. Its goal is to help you achieve faster laps by improving the most important part of the car, the driver. Right now, we are seeing two laps played back against each other to see how they compare. We have various traces, a track map, and video replay displayed, and this is all customizable. We can choose to display scatter plots, and these can also be customized to show any available data channel. Histograms are also supported, allowing you to dig deeper into suspension settings or any other data channel you wish to display as a histogram. One of the great aspects of the Z1 Analyzer is the analysis screens. These screens show how you are doing on your lap and provide insight on how you can improve. The lap overview screen displays general information about the lap and compares the two loaded laps. The track walk shows you a requested corner in detail, and the brake points display details the braking for each corner and how the laps compare. The driving line display shows the driving line of the two laps overlaid on the track, allowing you to easily see how the lines of each lap compare. The turn analysis screen provides information on how you are taking each turn and ways to improve. The brake lockup screen will let you know if you locked your brakes at any point during the lap. The ride height display provides a visual representation of the ride heights around the track, as well as any location where you may have bottomed out on the track. So this has been a very quick overview of the Z1 Analyzer. To try out the demo, please visit our website at z1dashboard.com. Again, that's z1dashboard.com.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending on where you're watching from, and welcome to Backfire Simsport TV. And today we bring you the round 5 of the SimRacingAcademy Esia Endurance Championship from Daytona. In the booth with me, I have Mr. Pete Bingham. Good afternoon, Pete.
Good afternoon, Clyde. Good afternoon, everybody.
And in the background, working all the magic, is your Series Supremo, Mr. Sam Boozing. Good afternoon, Sam.
Hello Clyde, hello Pete, hello everyone.
So, something for the viewers at home. Not going to let the cat out of the bag too much yet, but very shortly we're going to have a quick competition for you where you will be able to win a license key for a Z1 dashboard, but that's coming up very shortly. Pete, we are currently in GT qualifying. They have 25 minutes. It's a 24-hour slug of a race. It's going to be fantastic, isn't it?
It is, if it stacks up to the previous 2 rounds that we've seen. We've got some of the AM cars right in there at the minute with the Pro cars for GT. It's quite a division of cars this time as well. So we've got A lot of BMWs and a lot of Porsches, the odd Ford knocking about, and a couple of Ferraris. It should be a nice race of variety. I don't know whether we're carrying any penalties in. I haven't looked at that yet.
We'll get Sam to talk us through any penalties that are upcoming. But the GT class is always well loved, always plenty of cars, always plenty of action. And it doesn't seem to matter how long the race is, whether it's a 4, a 6, an 8, a 12, a 24. It seems to go all the way to the end, doesn't it, Pete?
Especially with this class, yeah. About halfway through, they don't necessarily look like the cars they started with, but that's part of the action. And you're right, they seem to disappear off in pockets of activity, and then different pockets merge together as we go through the hours of the race, and it does make for a fantastically exciting visual entertainment.
Yeah, and as we always say with these kind of endurance races, there's multiple pit stop strategies that people can use. There'll be teams saving fuel. There'll be teams just going for it, hell for leather. And at some point during the 24 hours, it just seems that everybody meets up again and, it's game on.
Yeah, and we go through, obviously, day-night cycles. iRacing service has that feature, and that brings its own interesting aspect to these races that you don't often see in other ones, when they don't often go that long, you see. And the night racing brings its own set of challenges. Not being able to see, cars driving around with no headlights. There's so much variety in these races. It's fascinating.
Yeah, the night time for me in the races that I've done, it changes your braking points, it changes your turning points. It can be more difficult to judge distances to and from cars, so it's certainly another aspect. But I'm under pressure to get this competition going. So what we're going to do is we're going to pop you a question. We need your answers or answer on our YouTube chat or our Twitch chat only. The first person to give the correct answer to the question will win a Z1 dashboard key. So, prick your ears, here we go. On what date was the collaboration between the SimRacingAcademy and the Esia Endurance Championship announced? Answers on a postcard.
Just for the record, I don't know the answer, so I'm not winning a Z1 dashboard.
Well, just for the record, I know the answer, but that's only because it's in front of me.
So, what is a Z1 dashboard, just as a point of interest?
So, Z1 dashboard is basically what it says. It's an add-on dashboard for iRacing that you can customize to have the information on it that you want. It's also, it does lap analysis. You can, dig into where you're going wrong or right in your lap. Fantastic piece of kit. We will have Russell along later on, and he can give us all the ins and outs of the Z1 dashboard. But for now, let's just see if somebody can get the right answer and see if we get a winner.
Yeah. Are you going to read the question out again, just in case anybody missed it the first time?
I certainly can. The question is also on the chat, but the question is, on what date was the collaboration between the SimRacingAcademy and the Esia Endurance Championship announced? And we want a day, month, and year. Answers on YouTube and Twitch only, please.
Okay.
So while we wait for all the answers to come in, Pete, we'll have a quick look at how the qualifying's going. Currently, we have IES Sim Racing Schweiz sitting on pole, R3T Racing Pro on second, and Core Motorsports number 2 in third.
I've got when you said about having a Supremo in, I thought we'd got somebody completely brand new for a minute. But yeah. I do have a question for Sam. Just on my timing tower, why are 3 of the cars got white numbers in the GT and, well, 2 in the GT and 1 in the HPD.
Maybe because I forgot to send you the new SDK file with the
Okay.
new drivers.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Unload it, yeah. So that basically, folks, that's Sam telling me I didn't pay attention to the communications he sent me, which is entirely believable. So yeah, Fabio Lamartia, he's posting some good times on the screen at the minute. 142.9 currently holding.
Yeah, that's a good time round here. As we said before, these GT cars have got 25 minutes to set their qualifying times. And Sam, have we got any penalties in the GT class?
Just checking. No, the only penalties which were issued last time by was the Lithium Motorsports. They had to participate in the practice session which they did, so that's all good for the GTs.
Excellent. It's always good to put Sam on the spot as well. So Pete, once we get into the race, these GT cars, like you say, they run around in packs, and they're going to have faster classes trying to get past them whilst they're in the midst of their own race.
Yeah.
They can. I'm going to say they can be a bit of a nightmare. That's not entirely fair, but it can cause problems, can't it? Obviously, we've got the oval section around Daytona where a lot of the passes will get made, but the infield section can be a little bit twisty, and there are places where the HPDs and the LMPs are going to have to show a bit of patience.
Yeah, and it's really a case of where the downforce benefits the P1s and P2 cars. Round those tight, twisted sections, even your relative in a GT car isn't your best friend sometimes. So if you've got a little train of GT cars behind you, that's what you show, the next 2 or 3 cars behind you on your relative screen. Beyond that, there might be an LMP1 car herring up behind you, and he's just not on your screen yet. He'll overtake that whole column of cars, and if you're approaching the corner at the same time he is, or she is, then it's a massive surprise to you. And sometimes it looks like people are being, I don't know, ignorant driving, but they just don't know they're there necessarily, because there's that much overspeed in those other vehicles.
Yeah, that's true. Turn 1 can be a bit of an issue. You know, you're at full speed round the banking, and then you've got that hard braking into that slippery left-hand turn. So I would presume we'd have some action there, Pete.
We've seen some. Well, I've seen some pile-ups in turn 1 at Daytona Road. I was talking to Gary Craig about this a bit earlier because he's going to be tuned into the broadcast throughout the day, and he was saying turn 1 at Daytona with GT cars. And he's absolutely right. They're going to pile into that corner. They have been good lately, though, haven't they? Last 2 races, they've all driven as though they all acknowledge that this isn't won on turn 1. But I suppose this might be a different day.
Yeah, we have seen some very, very good driving recently. I know this series has had its rough moments. Other big place to talk about on this track, and incidentally we do have a winner of the Z1 dashboard key, but I'm going to keep everybody in suspense for a little bit longer. The bus stop. So the bus stop can be an awesome overtaking opportunity. It can be a place where it all goes wrong, and it's also a place where people are more than likely to pick up slowdowns. So that's definitely a section of the track to watch, Pete.
Yeah, absolutely. It catches a lot of people out, and it's like this track's got a lot of features that you don't necessarily get on standard road courses. Obviously, you've got the banking, you've got the bus stop, which is what you were just talking about. We're going through that now. And you've got turn 1 and the infield section. So there's a variety of different things. People are going to be good at certain bits and not so good at others. It's going to be a brilliant race from start to finish. And yeah, you can get caught out in a number of different places.
Yeah, I must admit, I love this track. It's a place that I've been the past 6 or 7 years every year for the NASCAR Daytona 500. And where I sit, you can see all the infield part for the road course. A course I actually enjoy driving. One of the very, very few tracks that I've actually learnt. So I always enjoy a race around here. But like you say, it looks easy, but it's certainly not. Although it is a track that manages, you can get a rest. It's a long race. Drivers are going to be doing long stints, but it's not like a track where you're at it all the time. You get a chance to have a rest on the banking, especially if you're on your own. You've not got to worry about overtaking or being overtook. So you can get a rest whilst you're driving.
Yeah, and that's for an endurance race. That's critical. Some of the endurance tracks that we go to, you don't get that respite at all. It's just constant being overtaken or overtaking somebody else. You fight the cars through the corners. This one, you do get that alleviation in a couple of little portions, to be honest. Even some of the infield section, it doesn't tax your brain too much, and then other bits it does, but you can reserve that thought process for that area. And yeah, I've liked this track before. This is the scene of the infamous me and you doing fuel saving. You remember that one?
Yeah, that didn't quite work.
Yeah, I remember asking you, Clyde, when are we getting any of these laps back?
Right, as we click on towards the end of the GT qualifying, let's put everybody out of their misery. And announce the winner of our Z1 dashboard key. And the winner is, and I really wish I had some sort of drum roll that I could do for you, but I am absolutely useless. It is Baber77000. No idea what your real name is, but let us know. Congratulations, you have just won yourself a Z1 dashboard key. And I will find out how you can claim that and let you know in due course. So congratulations, my friend.
Yep, well done. Let us know who you are, so that we can celebrate with you.
And for everybody else, the answer we was looking for was the 25th of January 2020. So, back to this qualifying session, Pete. Nothing's really changing. We've still got IES Sim Racing Schweiz up the top. They've got a couple of tenths over Sim Racing Academy, who have got a couple of tenths over Core Motorsports number 2.
Yeah, and then R3T Racing Pro behind that, but they're currently pitted. And then we hit the first of the AM class. And I always find this fascinating, so... that the AMs are up with the pros, but I don't think it necessarily works that way in terms of driver capability. So German Sim Racing Friends EEC have done a 143.2 in the AMs. Lithium Motorsports are just 1/10 behind, so that's tight at the top. And then we're back into the pros with Core Motorsports, L1 Esports, N-Race Esports, German Sim Racing Magenta, Mass Devils Esports AM, Deno Sim Racing Rainbow 1, Mass Devils Esports AM, and then World of Sim Racing Team Junior, WS Racing Esports, Apex Aviation Racing, H2 Performance SRT Team, and Team Motorsport Dreams, and then R3T Racing AM, currently at the bottom of the pile, but as we know, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's where they're going to finish.
Especially not in a 24-hour race as well, so... it's tight at the top, as we can see. What you're saying about the AM drivers, so the way it's sorted out, I believe, I'm sure Sam will put me right if I get this wrong. Before the start of the season, there is an I rating cutoff point, and drivers below the cutoff point are AMs, and drivers above the cutoff point are pros. but bear in mind the season has been going on for a few months, so these drivers have been able to increase or decrease, if they've had bad races, their iRating. So, they might not necessarily be the same standard of driver that they were when the AMs and the pros were sorted out. But it's a fair way of doing it, and it seems to work.
Yep, absolutely. And when we get into the P2 class, we can talk about slipstream, because obviously these guys circulating around the track at the moment will be benefiting from each other's slipstream, and around here it's worth an awful lot, isn't it?
Oh, it certainly is, yeah. Especially once you get on that oval section, it just sucks you in from about, I'd guess about 2 seconds back, I would have thought.
Yeah, and I don't know what the P1s are like, but they might start even further back because they cut a bigger hole in the air, don't they?
They do, and the big trouble is that drivers have to watch out for, that we've spoken about previous races, is you get that toe, you get that extra speed, and then you've got to realise that you're taking more speed into turn one, so you need to brake a bit earlier. So we got the P2s on track now. So the P2s have got a 20-minute qualifying session. And I think if we're lucky, we're going to get 6 of them.
Yeah, I think that's a little less than last time out. Obviously, we've got a very healthy 19-car GT field if you combine the two classes together.
But we drove one of these P2s in the Le Mans 24-hour, didn't we, Pete? That was good fun. Good little car.
Yeah, I nearly drove it.
You mostly drove it.
Yeah. We did all right, actually.
Yeah, I think Sam let us down, but, you can't have everything.
I'm not gonna even talk about this.
So I thoroughly enjoyed that. It's an experience driving this car. We used to drive it a lot more than we do now, between you and me, Clyde. But it was a good refresher to get back in the cockpit and drive the car. I think someone was saying possibly for one of the later times because they're replacing the P2 car on the iRacing service potentially.
Yeah, I think they are. Sam might know a bit more, but I believe they go into a closed cockpit P2, Sam?
Yeah, there's gonna be a DPI. At least that's the more almost official information we got from iRacing that should join the service soon. We all know what soon can mean in iRacing, but we hope next build.
So there it is, hashtag soon. The good old iRacing saying.
Mm-hmm.
So what sort of a difference have we got between these guys at the moment? I suppose we'll see 135 compared with a 143. So about 8 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, that's a much bigger gap than I expected, to be honest. I mean, they carry an awful lot of speed, these guys, through corners. It's all about downforce, this car. The faster you go, the more downforce you get. Should be the theory. As long as you got the tyres to cope with the G-force through the vehicle, which can be extreme at times. And these cars will do well on the banking. It's a bit like riding on a skateboard, really, isn't it? You're so low to the ground, it's surprising that they generate any downforce, but of course they're designed in such a way that they maximise that. The air going over the top of the car, over the spoilers, through the vents, etc. All adds to the grip levels. And it'll be interesting to see if anybody gets annoyed with people sat in their slipstreams and benefiting from tows as we go through this qualifying session. But generally, qualifying, again, doesn't dictate where you finish the race.
No. I tend to find that turn one tends to dictate where you're going to finish the race. The idea with all these cars out here, needs to be keep it clean for the first couple of laps, and then away you go. But like you say, Pete, these cars create a hell of a lot of downforce, and it does surprise you how much you can carry through the corners.
Yeah, I got a new lesson of that at Le Mans. You don't necessarily have to use the braking zones for braking. You can just come off the gas on certain corners with certain banking and camber, and just come off the gas, and it'll carry itself around the corner using its downforce, and it feels really good when you get it right in this car. And of course, it feels very, very bad and embarrassing when you don't.
Yeah,
know all about that.
Yeah. It looks like we've got 7 P2s, so that's a little bit better than I thought. Mm-hmm. So that will give them a little bit of excitement. Worried about the P1 class, but so the P2s will be entertaining, as will the GTs. Yeah,
and what seems to happen in previous races with these HPDs, the P2, they split up as they go through the race, and then they come back together again at other points in the race after they've navigated through traffic or whatever, and they end up back on the same bit of tarmac because they got delayed or they had a little bump. And of course, you have a bump in a car that's downforce reliant, and you've kind of got to get it fixed because it'll be a beast of a thing to control if you lose that rear spoiler or you dent the front aerofoils. You need all that because that's what the car is designed to do.
Yeah, and like you say, it's very easy for one of the faster class of cars to get caught behind a slower class of car and lose a hell of a lot of time. It's one of the skills of endurance racing and multi-class endurance racing especially is traffic management.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and having that understanding of what the other person's going to do, and it's almost like a silent contract between you. I'm going to overtake you at this point, and you're going to acknowledge it by just not defending the position, because you do get some strange creatures out there who defend the line against a different class of car, and I've never understood that yet.
No, that's something that you do see on occasions, but yeah, like you say, it is a bit strange. The faster class, we've said this umpteen times. The faster cars, the faster classes, all they want the slow class to do is stay on their line and be predictable. And they will hopefully then find a safe way around them. But, in the heat of the battle, we have seen things go wrong in the past. But hopefully, we're going to have a nice clean race today, and all will be good. We will be broadcasting as much as we can. Obviously, we can't do the full 24 hours, although I believe Sam is going to carry on with a silent broadcast, so you'll still be able to watch the race, even though you won't have our dulcet tones in your ears. But when we finish today, we will be back at some point tomorrow to bring you part of the morning session and obviously the end of the race. So that's something to look forward to. Well, maybe.
Have we had any confirmation of who our prize winner really is?
We've not had a name yet.
Yep, I've got a name.
There you go, Sam's got a name.
I've made some research on Twitch, and I exactly know who the winner is.
So what? Just put you on the spot again, Sam. Any penalties in the P2 class?
Nothing at the moment. There's not a lot of penalties, so there's only 2 penalties for the P1 now to come. So we have the 102, the gold racing team will have to start from the pit lane, and the 122, they changed the car and they will have pit lane penalty and 50% of the points scored, but I think they will not participate in this race, so it's going to be rebrought to the next one.
Okay, so penalties are carried over, so you can't just miss a race and think your penalty is going to go away. So at the moment, Pete, we've got Team Challenge Racing sitting on pole. They've got 600ths over N-Race Esports Platinum. And then we have Ramada Motorsport LMP2 team.
Yeah, and Mass Devils Esports are in 4th, German Sim Racing Green in 5th, Pace Works Esports Cobalt in 6th, and Legacy E Racing in 7th. That's all of our 7 cars for this field.
Are Legacy E Racing a new team, Sam?
Yep, it is.
Yeah, I thought I hadn't seen them before, so welcome to the league. Hope you have a good race.
We also have some brand new teams in the GT category. The 2 Core Motorsports team that are new, and another one, but I don't see if they are in the session. Don't really know why, but we were with them in the Le Mans session. Don't know if you remember within the night. I saw the manager in the car and told you that was one of the new cars in the championship. So don't know why they are not participating today. But we'll find out later.
To be fair, the only thing I remember about Le Mans is Pete's crashes.
Well,
yeah, I also remember your wall, but yeah.
Oh, that was just a flesh wound. 20-second repair, that was nothing. So these guys have got 8 minutes left. It's very, very close between the top 3.
Yes, it is. There's not a lot in it. A 135.12, a 135.18, and a 135.21. Can't argue with that.
Doesn't get much closer than that, does it?
No, and even behind him, 135.4. There's not a lot there either. There's only 2 tenths. My timing tower's done that thing where it stacks up everybody on top of one another again. Don't know why it does that.
It's just to test you, that's all.
Yeah. Just to frustrate.
So with only 3 P1s, we think, that are going to come out for qualifying, they're going to have lots of track to play with.
Or none, when they're going through that infield section, with a whole load of GTs piled up in front of them. It won't take them long to get round, especially if these cars are, what did we say a minute ago, 7 seconds or 8 seconds faster than the GTs.
Yeah.
And then, what are we expecting? Maybe 4 seconds on top of that for, or shorter than that, I should say, for the P1s.
Might possibly go a little bit more than that. It'd be interesting to see, actually.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure. Obviously, this is a long legs track where these fast cars can really stretch their legs and get up to top speed. So, it'd be interesting to see what the top speed of the P1 is before they break into turn 1.
And Sam, were you saying that one of the P1s has switched cars?
Yeah, they have switched cars, but they said they will not be part of the race today.
Oh, okay. So they've swapped from the, is it the BMW to the Porsche, is that it? No, the Audi. The Audi to the Porsche, or the other way around?
They have switched from the Porsche to the Audi.
Right, okay.
It seems like the Audi is better at the moment on iRacing, so...
Yeah, because we had this conversation a little while back, didn't we? That it puts the power down and harvests energy in different ways and things like that. But that's for the next conversation, for the next field. At the minute, we're watching N-Race Esports Platinum, who are trying to put a better time in than the TCR, Team Challenge Racing. So we're watching Ludovic Uret at the moment, and he's trying to best the time of Nathaniel Schramm in the other team's car. What's the key combination for refreshing paints again, Clyde?
Control R.
Control R. Thank you. So, everybody in the right liveries.
Perfect. So less than 5 minutes now for these guys and girls, if we have any lady drivers. Not sure that we do.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So we've still got cars coming on track to put in new lap times, so that's interesting.
Yeah, this car is pretty light on fuel. When this car is pretty light on fuel, I should say, you have a lot more speed in it. So I think they'll do one out lap and then one fast lap, and that's it.
Right. So they're going around on vapors in order to maximise every millisecond out of the time.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it, especially on our fast track like Daytona.
Yeah, so I expect NRAC Sports are going to hold up here and try and get some sort of tow leading on to the start-finish straight. Don't think they're going to get it necessarily. No, maybe they will.
Yeah, tow can mean so much around this track.
Yep. The car in front, I'm trying to figure out who it is. I think it's German Sim Racing Green's car. Maybe inadvertently helping another car along. And I think that Ramada Motorsports have just taken the top spot. There's an odd line from German Sim Racing Green there. Oh, and yep, Ludovic has lost control of that car. And he's away again now.
Yeah, so I think you're right. I think the TCR team have just dropped down to second.
Yep.
George Manusakis for Ramada Motorsports has popped it onto pole, or provisional pole, should I say.
Yep. Easy for you to say that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Can't lie. I was waiting to see if you'd do it first.
And as we always say on our broadcast, we do apologise if we get your name wrong, but by all means jump in the chat and put us right. Apart from Pete. Pete will just make names up as he goes along.
I do. I like to combine lots of different people's names together, apparently. It's a thing I do. Not intentional.
So the LMP1s have been given the all clear to line up in the pit lane.
If I get cut off at all, there is the mother of all thunderstorms outside the house right now. And if I'm not paying attention, it's because I'm forwarding on our broadcast to other people.
So almost time up for these guys now.
Yep. Shall we run through?
Well, they're not quite finished, just in case. They've got 10 seconds and then they can finish the lap that they're on.
And of course, just a reminder to everybody, if you get incidents, i.e. off-tracks, although off-tracks aren't a common thing around this one, are they? It's not like Le Mans or somewhere like that where you attract incidents just by going over the track limits very easily. This one you don't get too many, do you?
No, not so much an off track. You can pick them up in the bus stop quite easily.
Yeah, cutting the corners, yeah.
But then you can also pick up slowdowns through the bus stop. So apart from that, no, it's not really a big off-track course, is it? So the guys should be all right with that. Worst thing is pulling a slowdown coming out of the bus stop and then not being able to get up to top speed at the fastest part of the track. So LMP2 qualification is over. P1s are now heading on track. And Pete, I'll let you run through before the storm kills you. If it hasn't already. So, I think Pete has died. So, we have Ramada Motorsports on pole, TCR second, Master Devils Esports third, N-Race Esports Platinum fourth, German Sim Racing Green fifth, Paceworks Esports Cobalt in sixth, and new team Legacy E-Racing in seventh. And now we have the P1s. Now, the P1s have 15 minutes to qualify. Obviously, their lap times are quicker than anybody else. And we've only got, I believe, 3 of them. So, plenty of track for them to play with.
Yeah, and just to point out that the Gold Racing team will not qualify as they have to start from the pit lane, so that's only 2 on track at the moment.
Well, on the plus side, they shouldn't crash into each other. But I'm interested to see what the speed difference is going to be. Could be Mr. Bingham back. I don't know if it's just me, Sam, but these cars always sound like a bag of nails.
Yeah, it looks like the OD is faster in the straights, even though the time is slower for this driver. But, we had a comment in the chat, in the YouTube chat, that top speed is about 330 kilometers per hour. I don't know what that is in miles per hour though, but that's a bit above 200. That's pretty fast for the P1s.
Yeah, that would certainly cause some damage if it went wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to me that the P1 were that fast at Le Mans, at least in the practice I did. I was almost catching the P1 in my P2 at 310 kilometers per hour. Maybe they run more downforce at Le Mans than Daytona. That would sound weird to me, but I don't really know how these people drive these cars. So
They're very busy cars, aren't they? Driving a normal race car, even in a simulator, you're fighting the car, you're fighting the track, you're understeering, you're oversteering, and then add in with these cars, the phenomenal speed that they've got, plus you're messing with boost buttons and harvesting energy and looking through a letterbox. Pretty mental, I think, the people that drive these.
Yeah, that's really complicated. That's too much thing to do, in my eyes. That's nice cars to drive, but there's too many things to do, like I said. Rather like the basic cars like the V8 or the P2 in a different way. Because all you have to do is to drive and keep it on the track and fight with your wheels and try to keep your rubber on the ground and not smash a wall.
Yeah, just a message to our co-commentator Pete, if he's watching. He's having a few issues with the storm. The lights are on, but nobody's home.
Yeah, that's pretty much the case in his set. That's lights on, but nobody's home.
So we can see you lighting up, Pete, but we can't hear you. So 8.5 minutes left for these guys to qualify. And at the moment, they are 5 seconds quicker than the P2s. Pete is probably commenting away and talking about all the race cars and corners, and nobody can hear him. So I'm sure Pete will be back with us as soon as he possibly can. So let's see what speed Simon Mosa gets up to before he has to hit the brakes. I'm watching it in miles per hour. $201 miles per hour before he had to hit the brakes for turn 1. I do enjoy this camera angle. It shows you a lot of the track. Actually shows you more than the driver can see.
Yeah, exactly. It just showed to the broadcasts the top speed of the car. So the highest SimRacing 5 is 338 km/h, and the Cube Racing is 342 km/h. So that's 4 kilometers more for the Cube Racing.
Yep, so both cars breaking the 200-mile-an-hour barrier.
Yeah, that's probably with the boost at some point to go that fast. So when you catch fly, that wasn't that high.
Almost touched 202 there. So there's the letterbox view from the Audi. May even pull a bit of a toe.
Yeah, I needed a pole sector 3.
So 197 before braking for the bus stop. Miles per hour, that is. You can just see the speed climbing.
Right, I think I'm back.
Well, we can hear you.
Excellent. The thunderstorm absolutely mullered my internet. I think I need to load everything in again, so just bear with me for a moment.
So Mikael Rodriguez there took some time out of the pole sitter. Not quick enough for pole, but he's under a second behind now. And they have about 4 minutes left in this qualifying session.
Gonna take this time to quickly run through the standings on the championship. So when you have 2 cars, we can catch back the action at the end of the session. So I'm gonna do it, Clyde, as you don't have the updated ones. Gonna do a bit of a job for once. So the P1 championship lead for now by the Gold Racing Team LMP1. Followed by Tears Wave Italy MP1, then the 2TQ Engineering, the Esports Performance OPC in 5th, the iOS SimRacing Schweiz in 6th, and then the Air Series Sports, Lone Wolf Motorsports are not part of the championship anymore. The Cube Racing joined us for this race. They were subscribed to the championship for the last one, but they could not participate. The L1 Esport is not racing anymore, and same for the Simtech Motorsports LMP1. Switching to the P2, the Ramada Motorsport is leading by 5 points on the TCR Motorsport, and then the German Sim Racing 7th point behind the Pure Sim Racing. I won't see them for a couple of races. The Mass DVD Sports in 5th, Abruzzi Esport HPD Pro 6 Race Guitar in 7th, and Race Esports Platinum in 8th. They joined the championship after a few races. They are a bit far back, but they show pretty good pace. The Air Series Sports, this team also is not part anymore of the championship. Abruzzi Esports HPDM in 10th, and then the B Sports, the Esia Racing, not racing anymore. The Pacebox Esports Cobalt 37, and the Joker Sim Racing as we drop from the championship. And then we have the new entry, the Legacy A-Racing. They will probably score points this time, at least if they finish the race, of course.
Yeah, it'd be good for them to get some points on the board in their first race.
Yeah, that's true. And for this race, the points are doubled from the usual points, so they can grab up to 100 points for the race. Okay, next one, the GT Pro. The N-Race Esports is first for now, and they show great work in the past few races, even if they have some bad luck from Suzuka. They're still in first. L1 Esport in second, then Sim Racing Rainbow in third. The Full Sun Racing is not racing anymore, but fourth. German Sim Racing in fifth, SimRacingAcademy in sixth. I did pretty good result last time by at Monza. The Air Series Sports GT at seventh, the iOS Sim Racing Schweiz. The GT cars winner last time at Monza, and they shown pretty good pace in the qualification, as they will start in pole position for this race. SK Motorsports not racing today, Joker Sim Racing Black, Overdrive Performance GT1, R3T Racing Pro, Overdrive Performance, the Core Motorsports 2, a new team, And the Black Box Sim Racing, they have prepared from the championship a few races ago now.
Excellent. So thanks for that, Sam. We all know where everybody stands now.
Yep, just leading me to the GT Am Championship. There's another one, Clyde. Sorry, you will have to hear me a bit more. So the World of Sim Racing Team Junior is first. The TT Motorsports German Sim Racing France H2 Performance 4th. WS Racing Esports 5th. Apex Racing Aviation Racing Year 3T Team Motorsport Dreams. SK Motorsports Golden, not racing today. Mass DV Sports AM, then Lithium Motorsports, Team Wolf Racing, Mustard Team Maverick Motorsports, the Core Motorsports, new team again, L1 Esports, Mass DV Sports, and the Source Wheel Racing team, new team but not racing today it seems.
Okay, so qualification is over.
It is, and there's not much in that. Only 0.4 of a second. I know that's an eternity in one of those P1 cars. So we have IES Sim Racing Schweiz LMP1 on pole, and Cube Racing number 110 in second. Cube Racing, that's not one I've seen in the last few races, Sam.
Yeah, as I said, I don't know if you were maybe not back already, but it's a team that joined the championship just before Monza, but they were not well prepared for the race, so they are joining the first one this time.
Well, good luck to them. Hopefully they can score a pile of points.
If they finish, they should take, in the worst case, the third position. So that's pretty a lot of points. They should go back well up in the standings.
Excellent stuff. So, where do we start the pacing lap, Clyde, on this track? Where are we? On the banking, is that?
Yeah, isn't it before the bus stop?
Yeah, right before the bus stop.
I remember having, was it a Mazda race round, an MX-5 race round here once, and on the pace lap for this, there was a pile up at the bus stop.
Yeah, wasn't that the Raw before the 24?
Oh, I think it was actually, yeah. That was a multi-class field as well.
Yeah.
Is this the track that freaks you out when the aircraft take off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My skill level, I get fascinated by the aircraft taking off from Daytona International Airport, and then totally miss my braking point usually. There's a lot of tracks I get distracted with.
Yeah, there was one with the KFC on it, wasn't it? Was that Le Mans?
That was Le Mans, yeah.
Okay, so I can see the Source Wheel Racing team has joined the session, but they have not taken part to the qualification, of course, as the GT slot were passed, but they are in the session.
Yeah, the more the merrier. So as we just wait for the cars to get into the session, the pace lap will then start.
Do the different classes give each other room here, Sam?
They do, yes.
Yeah, a bit of room, a few seconds between each class, just to make sure they do not call up the class in forward in case of crash, of course.
Yeah.
So the lights are about to come on. Here we go.
Yep, so the P1 field, which is a pair of cars at the minute. I don't know whether the other team, is it Gold Racing, or are they not in the session now?
They're racing, but starting 5 pits.
Aha, right,
Yeah.
so. And then we've got the P2s here, forming up. Out at the bus stop, and ready to nail it. And then behind them, at some distance, will be the GT field.
Yeah, the GTs into turn 1 is going to be phenomenal.
Yes, it is. So the P2s are getting their race hats on now. Here's the GT field, which goes on for quite a distance.
A lot of marbles on the track from qualifying.
Yeah, that's not going to be good offline, is it? The marbles do have an effect on the iRacing service. It's an uncomfortable ride when you get out there in the rolling rubble. We've got green flag.
We're off. We are away. P1s have gone. P2s have gone.
There's a degree of congestion in the GT field.
So you would expect the P1s got round turn 1 okay. The P2 certainly looked like they did. And here we go with the GT field. There's some gaps there, so
Yeah, they've given each other room.
That should help.
Yeah. No one's got terribly greedy on lap 1 yet.
No, that looked like an absolutely fantastic start from everybody.
It was, well done everyone. Have we got a bit of a breakaway leader already in the GT field?
Yeah, that sounds weird in the GTs. That's a big gap. I think someone jumped the start and some of them followed. Yep. We try to catch it back when things get a bit calm.
I'm sure race control will be looking at it. Here we go. Yes.
Yeah, that's the newcomer that didn't read the briefing before the race, I think.
Okay, somebody will be taking a trip to pit lane sooner than they thought.
We're 3 wide in the GTs.
Yeah. Shock horror.
Yeah. That won't be the last time we see that in the next 30 seconds, because they're about to go 3 wide again. Have you just switched to the P2s? Oh no.
Porsche there hanging right round the outside.
Definitely.
Not a lot of grip out there.
No, that's a strange line from the one with the red line on it.
Going to say, how are the P1s caught up to the GT straight away, but that was the one that started from the pit lane. It'll be interesting to see how far behind the leader that P1 is once he's fought his way through the whole of the GT field and then the P2 fields. So at this point in the race, drivers are just trying to settle in, work out the grip levels on the tracks, work out what sort of car they've got beneath them.
That was a very fast moving.
And watch out for the P1 coming through.
Gold racing team, Marius Danhausen, not wasting any time. The GTs around the oval look utterly pedestrian, don't they, in comparison?
They do, yeah. But they're not.
No.
Oh, we got one off there.
Yeah, he was the one there. He was the one that was taking some strange lines into some corners before.
Yeah. Let's see what happened.
I think he's just
He just
overcooked it.
Yeah, he's just gone wide on turn 1.
Oh,
No,
he's
he's had some
turned.
help. He's had some help there from the BMW.
That German sim racing car. Yep, I'm getting good with these paint jobs now.
Looks like it, Dennis Pickbrenner.
Yep. So, not so much German sim racing friends. Maybe the unfriendly version.
Yeah, maybe Race Control will be looking at that one as well.
Yeah.
Race Control is gonna be busy at this start of the race.
There goes Gold Racing Team P1. Off to find some P2 cars next. It'd be better placed on the runway, just on the other side of that fence, wouldn't it, that car? So here we are with the P2s. It's a proper gaggle still. They haven't split up yet, that's for sure.
No, the drivers of the P2s seem to be very, very evenly matched.
And you can't get away in this car on this track very well.
Exactly, especially this track, isn't it?
Yeah. So you even if you lose some time in the turns, the tow that you get from the slipstream on those cars just brings you back to the car in front with ease.
I think we just need a camera on turn 1.
Yeah. Just don't leave turn 1 all race. Oh, what's going on there? He's ploughed into that corner.
Yeah, he's just showing his nose around the outside, I think.
And of course, this is 1, 2, and 3 in the pro class. You can throw a hanky over all 3 of them at the minute.
Yeah, the trouble is with the infield section here, I always find that the only way you're going to even try and get a position is with a late lunge.
And you don't want to be doing that with these cars.
No, definitely not. It's far easier to just sit on their rear bumper through the infield section and then say, oh, thanks for that tow, bye-bye.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we're seeing here.
Yeah, he's not pulling out of that slipstream for some reason. So he was quite happy to stay line astern with the TCR car in front of him.
Is it possible that the P2s are topping out, hitting the rev limiter in top gear and not being able to use that tow?
Yeah, that is definitely a likely factor. It'd be interesting to get in on board the next time round, or one of the laps, and see whether they're maxing out. And here we go, bit of door banging action potentially. Oh yes, and a crash.
Oh, boys.
Lap 5 of a 24-hour race.
I would like to see that again.
Yeah. So that was for the lead, believe it or not.
Here we go.
He's trying to get
Yeah. So he's basically run out of track there. He's below that double yellow line, sees the grass coming, and has to turn right, and there's a car there.
Yep. I mean, the racing surface, is that the right-hand side of the tram lines, or will the stewards deem the left-hand side of those tram lines as the racing surface?
I'm not quite sure. I know in NASCAR you can't overtake if you go below them yellow lines. Obviously this isn't NASCAR, but
No.
To me, the car below the yellow lines is the one at fault there.
And that's going to be some hellish repair time, that, for both those cars, I think. Here we are again with the P2s. And we are currently watching the battle for 1, 2, 3 and 4, I think. So they're not able to get away from one another. They just concertina back up again at each lap.
Yeah, and something you see a lot on this track as well is cars will just keep going past each other lap after lap. You know, if they get that tow and they can use it. It's like, you know, after you, no after you, no after you. And we've all seen before with races around Daytona where you're better off being in second place on the last lap, tucked up behind the first place car.
Yeah, and often you'll purposefully do that and cruise around, save some fuel, all race, and then you've only got one turn to beat them on, and that's the last one. So again, we're on board. Are we going to top out? We've got one more gear to go, I think. No, that's not going to top out, is it?
No, I don't
He's
think
going to
he's
have plenty.
popping out. Yeah, well, he's got a GT out there though.
Yeah, like a rolling roadblock.
Yeah, he couldn't really use it, could he?
No. But look at this, what a gaggle.
Oh, he's gone for it there.
Inside.
That was a great move.
Yep, followed the car in front, absolutely.
Late and great.
Yep. So that's Master Devils Esports being shuffled 2 back. And I don't think that's going to be the end of all that.
No, barring accidents and slowdowns, that HPD field, they're going to be at it for the whole 24 hours.
Unless they crash. Which is also a distinct possibility around here. Looking at my track map, there's so many cars all in one space, I can't see one for the other. It's hilarious. So here we are with Lithium Motorsports, Michael Matusek. It's very smart paintwork, isn't it? The chrome and the matte have really been embraced by pretty much all the cars in all the leagues that we run at the minute.
Yeah, they certainly have. Oh.
There we go. That was an overtake right there, and that just concertinas them back up again for all the cars all the way back to the rainbow car. Danu Sim Racing Rainbow in that Ferrari at the back of this queue. We're watching a replay here of
he's lost that all on his own.
Yeah. I think there's people holding cards with I'd say there's probably a 4 on there. You're not going to get many style points for that. Here comes Gold, forgotten what they're called now. Gold Racing Teams P1 to scythe their way through the P2 field. So even if you get a pit lane start, you get some good camera action. So they've passed the Master Devils Esports P2 car just there behind, who got shuffled back before, and off that car goes. I think the Master Devils car's lost out there somewhere with that P1 car, because he's now lost some time to this group of 3. You see there's a big gap now all the way back.
It certainly is, isn't there? Yeah. Although he's still in the tow, so he should get back.
Yeah.
More GT action into turn 1.
Yep, that's going to go on for 24 hours. And we are currently watching Matthias Eggert in the Danu Sim Racing Rainbow car. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, because of the phenomenal draft round here, these GT cars, the different makes, seem very evenly matched.
Yeah, they do, and I think the only defining factor with these cars really stand out this time is going to be tyre wear. And that's a 2-pronged attack, isn't it? Because it's how the car responds. So if you go in ploughing the corners on the infield, you're going to lose your time. But some of these cars naturally plough the corners, don't they?
They do, yeah. And I think, at the moment, the track is 122 degrees Fahrenheit. So I think these cars will be chewing through tyres like there's no tomorrow. But as the day goes on and the temperatures cool and into the night, I think that's when we'll probably see some of these drivers double stint in the tyres, maybe.
That is toasty warm, 120 degrees. I wouldn't like to lie down on that, let alone drive on it. So we've got German Sim Racing Magenta pulling out for an overtake there on Luke. Oh,
there's half an HPD.
yeah.
What's happened there?
All looks okay at the minute. All looks okay. He's lost it. Has he lost it?
Yeah. I think he may have just nudged the back of the car in front.
It doesn't take much to disturb them, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And he's gone head first into the wall. That's going to be some repairs on that.
It's easily done, and sometimes with the high downforce cars, when they're in the aero of the car in front, you get aero push, and that can disturb how the car handles and what its grip level is. And if you're not, you don't expect it, do you? It's a bit like a surprise every time.
Yeah, it certainly can be. Yeah, it just totally changes the way the car handles into a corner, and like you say, it can surprise you.
So we're watching Raphael Rousseau closing in on the back of Luc Bataille. Luc Bataille in the N-Race Esports Ford GT there. Still like the back of that car, do you?
I looked away.
Oh dear. Oh, now we've got a gaggle coming through here, and they're going to concertina up because of the GTs. It'll be interesting to see how the P2 field splits now with the rolling obstacles in front of them. Around the outside.
Yep, that was all very, very sensible.
It was.
But this is your opportunity when you're in one of the faster classes. Sometimes you get a car or driver in front of you, and it doesn't matter what you try, you just can't get past them. But you get a bit of traffic in front, and it pricks your interest again. Because one wrong move, and the door opens for you, and away you go.
Yeah, and if you are in a faster car and you're in a field like this at the minute, you've got to be very mindful that these guys are racing for position. They might step out in front of you, like, there was a bit going on there, I think. I don't think Luc Bataille particularly wanted to be up there in the marbles. And things like that can happen. It's all about interpreting what the other cars are going to do. And the P2s are literally threading the needle here. That's going to hold up Ludovic Giret in the N-Race Esports car.
Yeah, that's somewhere that you don't want to catch a slower class.
Definitely not. But it's going to happen. There's 24 hours of this to go. A number of driver swaps. I think we've got a race control message there, have we?
Yeah, so that must be the GT that we see. Jump in the start there.
Yeah,
the one that went around the outside.
Yep, so the next time he pits, he'll have some sort of penalty to endure.
No,
Well,
they
I
have to
think-
clear it right away in the 3 laps. They can,
you
they
get
can
3
save the car.
laps.
Yeah. And that's the 2 core motorsport cars that jump the start at the very beginning. I think race control is still looking at the start, so it's gonna be maybe more coming next. I don't know.
Yeah, because once one goes, the rest of the field thinks, all right then, it must be go time. And yeah, it's easy to jump sometimes. Either way, it's not something that's going to go unpunished. So
Yeah,
So-
I just got a message from race control. They are really busy, so the first few incidents might take a while before getting any sorts of issue to deal with.
Yep, that's fair enough.
And your race control team today is Dom Sori, Daniel Taylor, and Elmer Notebloom. It's a very, very difficult job. People see things with different perspectives, but we take our hat off to these guys. They do a fantastic job. They're not biased. They're consistent. And you guys that are going to be racing next, that you may be watching the broadcast now, just remember these guys are doing this for you. So treat them with respect.
Yeah, and I think we just saw a very good and clean overtake for the lead spot of the P2s, sorry. And this is Luke Bataille. Oh dear. Oh no, that's expensive.
You get stuck in there.
And you're not going to get out of that.
There's no coming out of that.
That's a reset right there. You're going to get towed for 1,000,000 miles because that's just over the start-finish line. What happened?
He lost it. I'd like to see it again. He'd lost it under braking. I'm sure he did.
I'm going to upset you now and say that the front of the car now looks like better than the back of the car.
Watch the back twitch, and then he goes left. There.
It's just a little wobble, though.
Yeah. And yeah, like you say, you don't get out of that.
No. Why does it not look worse? iRacing's damage model, why does that car not look like it's been minced? So, I'm still none the wiser on that one.
Yeah, to me, it looks like a bit too much rearward brake bias. Wiggle on the car, panic, and off he went left. And he almost saved it on the pit exit, but I think he was just going too fast, and there was not a lot he could do.
Yeah, at that point you are, though, aren't you? You're at full velocity.
Yeah, it's a horrible pit exit when you come out of the pits, let alone coming off the oval.
Yeah. It's another overtaking at turn 1. German SimRacing Magenta with Benjamin Seiss. Just overtaking Marian Brabach in the R3T Racing Pro Team. Porsche.
And those tyres on the outside of turn 1, it's quite funny because where I sit for the Daytona 500 is quite high up, and it's at pit exit. And you can see where the Daytona 24 has been a month previous. You can see all the skid marks going into those tyres.
There's a lot of weaving going on from World of Sim Racing Team Junior Kika Martin.
Tyre warming.
In the middle of the race. On a 120-degree track.
The track temperature has come down considerably since the last time we checked.
Go on, is it 119 now?
It's 121 now.
It's gone up.
So this time let me have a look at our YouTube chat, see if we've got anything going on.
So again, the P2 cars are not breaking away from each other. This is still the top 3 positions. Nathaniel Schramm for TCR, Ludovic Jurette for NRace Esports Platinum, and Marcos Alajon Gonzalez from Mass Devils Esports. We've got an overtake round the outside of turn 1. Yep. And that's the Mass Devils Esports AM car getting overtaken by Pablo Villalba Blanco.
Well done, sir.
It was a good effort, wasn't it?
That was, yeah. 9.5 out of 10.
Yeah, cheers.
Pablo Villalba Blanco.
Yeah. So there's a couple of Mass Doubles Esports cars line astern there. So Manu Overa is driving the one behind, which is the Esports GT Mass Doubles car. Very smart livery.
Yeah, I do like the way that blends from blue to red.
Well, you do lots of paint liveries, don't you? So you'll know how probably difficult that is. Or easy.
It's that difficult, I can't do it.
Yeah, a lot of these teams take a long time to come up with their car designs, don't they?
Yeah, I've only just got my head around matte and chrome, so... And I wouldn't have managed that without Sam, so...
Yeah, on board with Pablo Villalba Blanco. And he's off the gas quite a lot coming around there.
I think he got a touch of understeer due to the lack of front aero there, because he came off the gas as he washed up the track.
Right, okay.
This is a corner that's easy. Is that the International Horseshoe? I can't remember.
It is, yeah.
Very easy to drop the car there.
Yep.
Get on the gas too early because of that nice wide exit, and you go, oh, here we go.
And this one seems to go on a long time off the gas before you can nail it again.
Yeah, and then the rejoin onto the oval here makes the car very, very light.
Yeah, and unpredictable at times because it's almost like not all your tyres are connected to the tarmac at the same time. Whoa, look at that. That's like a missile.
Yeah, where you join the oval there, I've speared off into the outside wall, the inside wall, all sorts there.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people over-rotate on the inside and end up on the grass, which is the better version of that crash, isn't it, really? Because anywhere else you're going to hit a wall.
Yes. So Marius Danhausen has now got through. I'm seeing him. I never trust my timing screen, I'm sorry. 52 seconds that's cost him from second place. If my timing screen is correct.
Yeah, I'm not trusting it at the minute, to be fair. I'll get a visual on that at some point.
So there is Marius. He's got a little bit of a clear track in front of him to get the hammer down.
He has. He's just got one GT car around the next couple of corners. Which one's car? 117. That's our leader at the moment. I'm just tracking. Going into the international hairpin. Or horseshoe, sorry. These three still not able to get away from one another. I think if I was the Mass Doubles Esports car at the back of this, I'd probably stay there for a while.
It's certainly an opportunity to save fuel.
Yep.
And a lot of the times, you know, that's what it comes down to at the end of these races, who has to stop and who doesn't.
Yeah, and who's got a thimble full of fuel to get them to the finish line or not. Fuel saving doesn't work around here, Klein.
It doesn't, if you've got some talent.
Dear, so funny. So many different lines into turn one here. Some take it shallow and come out wide, and then some just kind of stop on the apex nearly in order to make it safe.
And again, with my limited talent, I can actually say that, you know, you're talking about different cars taking different lines into turn one. I personally take different lines into turn 1 every lap.
Unintentionally.
It frightens the life out of me. You're coming in from, depending on what car you're in, anywhere from 180 to 205 miles an hour, and you're braking, you're turning, it's slippery. It's a classic corner. It's
Yep. The challenging ones are always the most interesting, and that one's, I mean, braking points. What do you do with that on turn 1? But we have got Thomas Solberg Larsen, who's caught up with the R3T Racing AM car of Daniel Stimon. And then this is still going. So this is the World of Sim Racing Team Junior, who overtook the Mass Devils Esports car that's right behind it about 6 laps ago. Now getting some attention again from that car. So maybe the BMW's tyres have gone off. BMW's not kind on its tyres, is it?
I don't know about this one. The GT4 version tends to chew its front tyres. I'm not sure about this M8.
Well, I think by ploughing that deep into turn 1, I think he's probably suffering in the same way as the GT4 car.
Well, it's certainly not going to help.
No.
So we've first milestone passed, 30 minutes in.
Hey. And that was an overtake for 1 spot there, wasn't it? That's N-Race Esports taking the lead from.
Yep.
That was Ludovic Girette overtaking Nathaniel Schramm for the lead of the race. Or lead of the class.
Oh,
no, you don't want to do that.
See that coming from a mile away.
And it's an impressive save from Dennis Pickbrenner. That could have ended awfully for that BMW. Right, be worth seeing that again, because this will be part of a protest without a
You
doubt.
can see it coming.
Yeah.
He just turned.
Yeah. The TC, if you look at the width of track.
Did he also nudge the car in front? Did he get 2 for 1 there?
I don't know, Sam. Play it again. Play it again, Sam. I've said it. Oh, that's a life's journey complete.
What's the car in front?
Yeah.
What's the W? Right, so there.
Oh yes, that was a netcodey one, maybe, for the car in front. That was just chaos. So yes, George Matusek, is it?
A double protest coming.
I think so.
Yeah,
That was re-race in the car, but he disappeared just after the contact. I don't know if it was some kind of internet issue. I don't know.
Could be, could be. Might not have been running out of talent.
Yeah, that was still close to the GTs, to be fair, but
Yeah, it was George Manusakis in the Ramada Motorsports car. Aren't they leading the P2s?
No, they had they had the lead at the start, but
What's going on here?
We got a P1 there. Just I just see the end of what was going on. I don't know how he went so wide there. Whether he
just missed the braking.
Just missed his braking point.
The GT, no arm.
Is that tyre deck, do you think?
That's our second place car. Here we go. Let's have a look.
It's going to be something to do with that BMW. Oh, he's got right up under it.
Yeah. I think he expected the BMW to be out wide there, and he was just going to tuck down the inside.
Yeah.
And then there was a big bottomed BMW there.
Yeah. It's as wide as a bus, that thing, isn't it? Surely it's a disadvantage to everybody else to overtake something that wide. But yeah, going back to that P2 incident before, the HPD didn't seem to give enough race room on the inside, in my opinion. So Dennis Pickbrenner had to take to the grass and a bit of door banging later, and we're all resolved out again. But yeah, that'll be a protest for sure. The lightning here just lit up my man cave and scared the hell out of me. It was terrible. So these two Mass Devils Esports Porsches still line astern and having a very sensible race so far. They've now got that German sim racing team Magenta car in front of them. Between them and the World of Sim Racing Team Junior car that they were tailing before. Obviously everybody's shuffled about a bit now.
Yeah, and these two, being teammates, they can work together, and just pick cars off one at a time.
You don't see many cars doing the slipstream overtakes these days, do you? You used to see it a lot more for some reason.
Yeah.
And then, you swap it back every lap to try and get that slingshot speed advantage.
And I was just literally was going to say that, when you got two teammates running that close together, surely it's worth doing a couple of laps, 3 laps. The car behind saves a bit of fuel, then you swap them round, and see if you can stretch your pit stops out.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that you can bump draft around here with one of these cars. I very much doubt it.
Not so much bump drafting, but when you're in that tow, you can sit at quite happily at probably 75% throttle, and the tow does the rest for you, so you save some fuel.
Yep, absolutely.
Having a look at the intervals there. So I would guess that we're not going to be far off P1 stops, Sam?
Yeah, looks like it. Don't really know the burn rate on this track, but in the past it was about 40 minutes almost each race, so that's gonna be it, yeah.
I would guess the fuel usage is fairly high round here, as you spend a lot of time at full throttle.
Yeah, unless you can get a buddy where you're sat in his slipstream nearly every lap.
So we'll watch, see which one of these P1s blinks first.
Well, that Gold Team Racing is about to overtake an overtake. So there's a P2 car overtaking a GT car, being overtaken by him. So there's all sorts going on at the moment. Bit of weaving through the traffic there from that Mass Devils Esports car in front in the HPD. And we're watching Marian Brabec in the R3T Racing Pro car. So if you're going to be taking your lunch at 4 o'clock, Clyde, I'll get some time now and do all things family and see how much this thunderstorm's doing to my cats.
Roger.
And I'll be back shortly.
Okie dokie. So 38 minutes in. Track temperature's gone back up now to 123 Fahrenheit.
And you bet it right, Clyde. Leader
there we go. Leader's in the pits. Leader is in the pits. Let's see if P2 comes in as well. P2 in the P1s. That gets confusing. Oh, there's a bent up Porsche.
Yeah, that's the core car going back on track after the big damage at the start.
Alright, take it easy, son. You got to cool them tyres down before you start ragging that car again. There's the two teammates. Doing a bit of formation flying there, I think.
Yeah, another message from race control. It's gonna be another stop and help penalty for car 420, the German sim racing friends, for causing a collision.
Okay, I'm just waiting for my timing screen to sort itself out. So Marius Danhausen P1 is in the pit lane. Mikael Rodriguez is the P1 that hasn't pitted yet. There's a gaggle of cars with the P2s going around the outside of the GTs. So we've had two P1s stop at the moment, Sam, and we've had two totally different pit stops. We've had a 14-second and a 23-second.
They have all pitted, by the way. I can see both three pitted and all the same time in the pits, all 23 seconds.
Maybe I send you a picture of my timing screen then.
Yeah, that's a bit weird. The pit time is 23:22 and the pit lane time is 47 for all of them.
Yeah. I've got Simon Amosa. His pit time is 14.13 and his pit lane time is 20.25. And Mikael Rodriguez hasn't been in the pits according to my timing screen, so never mind. Sam's telling us that he has, so we'll believe Sam. So we're nearly 3/4 of the way through the first of 24 hours. That is our leader in the P1 class on screen, Simon Amosa for IES Sim Racing Schweiz. GT's battling again into turn one. Now, where's his buddy? Oh, there's his buddy. I was going to say he was behind his buddy.
As we were talking about the P1, just watching back the pass from Bull's Mazda Sport GT on the BMW.
Yeah, they seemed to gang up on him, didn't they?
Yeah, they're probably working together, as you said, but they have both German sim racing BMW right behind at the moment, so gonna be interesting to see if the GT Pro Enam from German sim racing work together to at least try to stay with the Mazda Sports, knowing that the German sim racing friends will have to come by to the pits because they have a stop penalty for the collision with the A3 team we saw earlier.
Yeah, so next class into the pit lane should be the P2s. They've possibly got another 2-3 laps in the tank. And then the GT class you would expect would be able to run an hour, maybe just over. Excuse me. So this is where the drivers can actually get a rest in the lap, round the banking, switch back on for the bus stop, get out of the bus stop, switch off, get some rest, and prepare to frighten the living daylights out of yourself into turn one. All the time being aware of what's going on around you. So the P2s are pitting now. So about 46 minutes on the clock for the P2s. Would all these cars at the moment, Sam, be taking tyres because of the high temperatures?
I would expect so, yeah, the GTs at least. Maybe the fast guys and experimented ones might avoid to take them, but on my side I would take them, because they must be really crapping out. That was already hard in the HPDs with short run. The banking really stressed the tires a lot, so we'll see, but I'm expecting them to take tires. That's safer for 24 race. Double stint the night, maybe triple stint for the best of them, but I think the safest way is to take tires for the evening condition.
Yeah, so we're mid-afternoon at the moment, the hottest part of the day. 122 degrees Fahrenheit track, coming up on 2 p.m. sim time. So I'm just going to check something else and see if I can find out when sunset is tonight. Let's have a look. So sunset is expected around 8:10. It's a knot of cars there with the P2 trying to come through. Looks like we've got some cloud cover at the moment. Which you might think doesn't make that much of a difference, but it does. Track, when there's some shadow on the track, it tends to take a little bit of temperature out of it.
Yeah, for now we lost 1 degree on the track temperature, but yeah, tires have a bit of rest. I'm sure drivers will look forward to the night because we have loads of lights in Daytona. And yeah, and you have Michel Matzek crashed, so let's get it.
Let's have a look. Yeah, that was one of those 2 into 1 doesn't go. Oh, there's netcode in there as well. Most definitely.
Yeah, netcode and not a lot of plus from the GTs for the P2 there. You can safely go side by side in that corner. Just have a little bit of space for each other. Yeah.
So just that bit of cloud cover has dropped the track temperature down by 5 degrees. 6 degrees now. I'm actually watching it go down. But the weather is partly cloudy, so the clouds will disappear and the sun will come out again, and the track temperature will rise. But these are just some of the things that these drivers have to contend with during the race.
Yeah, I already said that before, but that's best thing iRacing brings just in the last few months, years. It's this transition between daytime and nighttime. Now when you have all of this track connection that changes, that's just amazing to manage your car and your tires all the way from the hot track temperatures to the night and then back again on hot temperature tracks. That's very fun.
Yeah, and what some of these drivers will find is, some of these teams, the drivers won't be getting in the car till the night time. When the track's going to be cool, there's going to be plenty of grip. And they'll do a stint or 2 during the night, and their next stint will be on a really hot track during the daylight, and the car is totally different to what it was during the night. So that is, who have we got on screen at the moment? Well, that's P1 car that we was just looking at. Marius Danhausen has set the fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:29.97. The only car under 1:30 at the moment.
Yeah, but still 53 seconds behind the leader, so that's only 2 times faster than the highest SimRacing tries, LMP1. And it's interesting to see if they can catch up. We know they have great pace. They show it earlier in the season and in the previous seasons we had. So, it's a long race. They have plenty of time to come by. It's only 53 seconds now, so 23 hours to go.
Yeah, but in fairness, they haven't really reduced that gap. It was, I think it was 52 seconds once they got past everybody else, and it's not really changed. So, but again, other things to take into consideration are driver talent levels. I go back to the Le Mans race that we did. Sam was by far the fastest driver of our team. Dom wasn't that far behind him, and then myself and Pete were a long way off. So some of these could have the best driver in the car now, but their worst driver might not be as good as the best driver in another team. It's all all thrown into the mix with these team endurance races.
Yeah, that's something I'm almost certain from some of the GT AM cars, the Lithium Motorsport, for example, Michal Masek is the pro driver of the car. He did the qualification, he placed the car first, and now he's driving first the category. But they will have slower drivers taking part later on. They are limited in times more than the iRacing fair share for the GT Pro drivers in the AM category. So you have to take this into account. It's going to be interesting to see how they manage it. That's the key factor. Putting the best driver at the start is probably the best choice to do, because you have all the traffics to handle. For me, it's the trickiest part of an endurance race. You have to care about all the traffics, the passing for position from the start of the race, all that kind of stuff that you don't really have to deal with not that much after a few hours of racing. You always have a bit of gap between at least 2-3 cars. You don't have really more battles going on.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you there, Sam. Like you say, best driver in the car at the start, that's where the most action is going to be, where you need the most talent, and obviously it's where the most places can be gained as well. So, yeah, save your slower drivers for when things calm down. So we've got GTs pitting now. 56 minutes in. Apologies there for my silence. I just managed to lose my screen. I don't know how I managed it, but I did. So lots of battles going on track as we squeeze towards the hour mark. It will be 1 down, 23 to go. GT there taking a nice wide line. Stephen McCaffrey in the Paceworks Esports Cobalt car. That's a name I know from somewhere. So Stephen currently sat in 5th position, I think, in class. So there's the Masked Devils. Where is his buddy? A little bit up the road, I think. So these two Porsches were running nose to tail for many, many laps. So Porsche stuck behind BMWs all over the place.
Yeah, there's a majority of BMWs and Porsches, just a few Ferraris, and we had one Ford GT, but it was the N-Race Esports, that's not racing anymore, and two Ferrari, so mostly BMW and Porsche. So there's gonna be this for all the race.
So let's just have a quick recap there. So we have got how is Marius Danhausen getting on? It's not really making any more inroads now. So Simon Amosa is leading P1s. Florian Hone is leading the P2s. Patrick Shilikowski is leading the GT Pros. Who's the GT Am leader, Sam?
The GTM leader is the Mass Sport GT now, and the Lithium is in second position, and they all have fitted. I can see the first one, the Mass Sport GT, the one we saw battling before, has not pit tires. I'm gonna show the pit time on the broadcast. There it is. That's 34 seconds for the leader, and 50 seconds for the Lithium Motorsports. A bit more time, maybe a bit of repair, I don't know. It seems short for tires. But yeah, don't really know why that much time. Maybe repairs, not tires, but repairs.
Yeah, probably, I would have thought.
Yeah, if you have someone from the Lithium Motorsport team on the broadcast, maybe they can give us some feedbacks on why this pit stop took 50 seconds. Is it for short fuel and tires? I would expect that's more damage repair.
There we go. My live timing is sorted out. I can now see the different classes. Amazing what you can do when you pay attention. So still knots of cars, and I did say knots, all over the track, battling away. Sun's shining again, so the track temperature has gone back up to 123 degrees Fahrenheit. So the drivers have been in the car now over an hour. It's you know, a lot of people look at this and it's just a game. It requires a hell of a lot of concentration. We've just seen another penalty given out, car 313 for a jump start. So race control still sorting through the start at the moment.
Yeah, the penalty was given earlier on, but the car was in pit for repairs, I think.
Yeah.
So that's why the penalty is issued that late. Okay, Clyde, I'm gonna leave you a few minutes on this battle. I'm gonna refill the water because I'm already out of fuel.
Not a problem.
For a race, it's pretty out there. So, yeah, gonna catch you in a few minutes. You can see there's all sorts of going on, so I'll be back as fast as I can.
Roger, Dodger. So we are looking at Dennis Pickbrenner from German Sim Racing Friends. Currently, he's just got it done straight away over Thomas Solberg Larsen from TT Motorsport. There's that damaged Porsche there getting out of the way. So I believe Dennis's next target is Kiki Martin. There's a P2. He's gonna. He just got there just in time. Get round the banking. Try and get them all cleared before turn one. Looks like the cloud cover has come over again. In certain parts of the track, anyway.
Here I am back with you, Clyde.
Roger.
I have a question on the Twitch chat. There will not be a failure with the scheduling game. I don't really know what that means. Oh yeah, looks like I've started the race too early in game. But sometimes things like that happen. I am things up done badly. So the race has started at 2 p.m. instead of 3 p.m. local time. So that's 1 hour early than it should have been, but it's a 24-hour race. That's not gonna impact that much. At least I hope so.
Well, apart from the drivers that were hoping to start the race but were still in bed.
Yeah. Yeah. We all make mistakes. Drivers made them on track and I made them putting up the session. That's it. and I know why the WS, the Source Freeze Racing Team 3, start from the pits. This is because they enter the session with a wrong number. They have number 31 now, and where it should be 491. So this is why they have started from the pits, and I haven't seen them in the qualification session.
Right, I'm going to take this opportunity to go and refill my drink. I shall be back very shortly.
Okay. And while you are waiting, Clyde, to come back, just watching the pass for the lead in GT, the Core Motorsports, on the Mazda Sport GT, and still fighting in the P2s for the 4th spot. We're gonna do an on-board lap with our actual leader of the P1 Gaius Sim Racing Twice, LMP1, just to see how they manage the traffic. So that was an on-board with the P1 leader, Simon Moser from Iris Simsport. And you can see at the bottom of the screen, the leader in the GT just went to the pits, the Core Motorsports. And we are watching the battle between the Pacewax Esports and Mazda and Legacy Racing. Sorry. Should put back the battle. Full class on screen. Between Stephen McCaffrey and the trainer.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back, Clyde. We did a bit more than a lap on board with the leader of the P1 just before he joined back on this battle for P4 in the LMP2 category. They are battling since almost the start of the race.
Yeah, so not a lot of movement on the leaderboard at the moment. But again, we're only just over an hour into this 24-hour race. So plenty of time for that to change. Plenty of time for things to go wrong. Plenty of time for things to go right. Towards P1 pit stop time again. Not much change in the track temperature. The cloud cover comes over, we drop to 116 degrees. Sun comes out, we get up to 123 degrees. So if anybody's got any questions about the series, how they can get involved, or just any general questions about the rules, drop us a message on the chat and we'll do our very, very best to answer them for you.
Yeah, we should ask one of the admin of the series to answer all the questions. I think that could be the best way to handle them.
Yeah, we'll get Dom in to answer all the questions.
That's it. This is what I was waiting for. Yeah, right. And if people wants to join us for our in-race interview, if you are on the Esia Endurance Championship Discord, jump in the interview room on Discord, we'll drag you up before Clyde flush you out.
Yes, Chief Flusher, that is my job in the series.
It's your job everywhere, Clyde.
But yes,
like
as Sam says, by all means, please come and join us for an interview. Let us know how your race is going on. We see things, we're not always right on what's happened, so that's your chance to put us right.
That was a big bump from behind. The GT from the P2 of Stephen McCaffrey. On the braking zone.
Yeah, I said earlier, I know that name from somewhere, but I have no idea where from. I think I'm also having some technical issues, unless you've been watching Dennis Pickbrenner for the last 3 laps.
Nope. Oh, no. I've been watching replays and so on. I think so. You missed the contact between the P2.
I did, yes.
Yeah.
Let me recycle what's going on here and see if I can get anything to change. Which it didn't, so in the best interests of all IT departments in the world, I shall shut it down and fire it up again. Aha! We're back.
Welcome back then.
That's an effective livery there on the South Wales racing team. I nearly said South Wales. That's a dangerous pass.
Yeah, we saw this ended up badly at the start of the race, and there's still a discussion about it in the chat at the moment between the two teams. And he's gone behind.
Whoa, what happened there? Was he just very, very angry? I see him flashing the lights. What did he do there, Sam? Oh, he just caught a bit of that dirt, didn't he, after the rumble strip there?
Yeah, rail was a bit loose.
I don't think that overtake helped his course. He probably a bit of red mist coming down there.
Yeah, maybe a bit angry about the pass and just lost his focus.
Which is very, very easy to do. Take my word for it. It's a good battle, this, between these two. Been going at it for a while.
Yeah, that's good battle, but remember the contact I told you you missed a bit early. This contact was between the car 209, but the pace was this was the blue cars we have on screen now, and the GT and race control just give us a. I should also back live, that would be good. Just give a 30 seconds penalty for the 209 cars for causing collision with the GT car.
Okay. Don't get too far out there. There's not a lot of grip. So anybody that did double stint here in this first pit stop round will be really feeling it now. I tend to agree with Sam. I don't think anybody did. I don't think they're that mad. But you never know. There's always somebody that tries to do something different.
Yeah, in fact, a lot of them did not take tires.
Yeah. Ford GT's back on track.
Yeah, the Denver Sports, they have some things to gain, even if they are well back. They are leading the championship, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly from the start. And they have points to score if they finish the race, so there's no point to giving up right now, even if it's sad to be that far back on the standings and so on. But yeah, that's good mentality to see them keeping it on track to the race, even if it's well behind all of the other. That will make sense at the end of the championship.
Yeah, and even being laps down, excuse me, a 24-hour race, there's so many things that can happen to other cars, and you can get positions back that way. There's still a lot to play for.
Yeah, exactly. A lot to play for. They are probably a bit down on speed also, but if someone else crashes, they might take few positions.
Yeah, and multiple pit stops in this race. So as long as they've got they've obviously got the required repairs fixed. If they've still got optional repairs, they can just do a little bit every time they come in, and before they know it, hopefully they'll have a near brand new car.
Yeah, Clyde, as you see the session, I think we had a driver from the R3T Racing Sport, Marian Brabeck probably, who was disconnected from the session because the car is not showing up anymore. He's going down the order, and I have absolutely no incident for that car.
Yes, I see what you mean. It's a strange one. A lot of storms in and around Europe, though.
Yeah, we had no storm yet here in France, at least where I live. France is big, but yeah. But loads of rain coming. I can see the sky is pretty dark, but still hot, still very hot. Almost as hot as the track on Daytona at the moment.
Yeah, we've been very lucky. We haven't really. We've had a little bit of rain, not a lot, but we haven't had the storms that Pete was experiencing earlier on. They was promised to us yesterday. We didn't get any. Promised again today. So far, so good. No storms. So we carry on.
Yeah, we have someone in chat.
I've got Marion now. Is received throughput fell to an unacceptable level.
Okay, that's it. This
So
is what happened.
it was a connection issue.
Yeah, spotted right.
So still battles going on all over the track. It's going to be non-stop. actually very rare to find yourself on a piece of track on your own in these sort of races.
Yeah, pretty rare. Sort of like I can type and talk in English both at the same time at the moment. Can do it in French, but not in English. I was asking a question in the chat. Hugumendes wants to ask a question related to sim racing.
A question related to sim racing.
Yeah, wants to see who's the fastest transfer. I'm gonna tell you what it is. What has been the first online sim racing game? I mean, let the chat answer this one. And we will probably try to find it also for ourselves, because on my side I don't have the answer for this.
No, nor me. I can remember this must be early to mid 80s, playing sim racing games on the Sinclair ZX Spectrum, although they're not online. So that's just a little blast from the past with little blocky cars.
Yeah, that's a tricky one, because online sim racing game that excludes all the racing games that have no online features.
I'm just hoping that the answer is readily available. And we're not thinking about this for the next 23 hours.
Yeah, that could be.
And obviously the sim racing game genre is massive. So, you know, you've not just got things like iRacing that do all sorts of cars. You've got Formula One games, you've got rally games, you've got all sorts. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to the answer to that one.
Yeah, that was too young to remember that. My first racing game was the Formula One 98 version of the Codemaster series. That's a while back ago, and then I got Gran Turismo 1 and 2. But yeah, that was in the late 90s, and on PlayStation. I started racing on PC well after that.
Yeah, I used to love the Gran Turismo series. Like I say, my experience, I say, probably goes back to the ZX Spectrum, through to our older viewers will remember the ZX Spectrum, and maybe even the what was the one before the Spectrum that I had? I can't remember what it's called, or something 80. Anyway, after that, I went through to Commodore Amiga. Our older listeners, viewers will remember that. And then on to PCs. And I've probably had racing sims, football managers, and flight sims on everything.
car off. Pablo Vilaba, Blanco. Didn't. Yeah, he lose the rear and almost touch everybody, but nothing bad happened. Lucky there. Don't know if you got the replay of that. Yeah, he got it. That's right. Yeah, that's what I think. All of the drivers around are called Brown. The last one on your list, Clyde.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Back in 2 minutes. I just need to go and put the light on because it's suddenly got dark in here.
So, don't know if you read the chat, Clyde, but it seems that the game was Formula 1 Grand Prix, World Secret in some markets. It was allowing 2 drivers to race each other with an Ethernet cable or something. That was in 1992.
1992. So I'm guessing that was some sort of landline between 2 computers, or maybe a it must have been.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. That's something in this. Someone else. I don't know if I can reveal the name of that person. But, also give us some information about NASCAR racing. They use the Hawaii Dialin servers, and there's some connection that gives you phone bills pretty high in 1994. So that's quite a long time back in the time.
I was only 5 years old.
Oh, Pete's back.
There's a lie in there somewhere. I am back.
But even back then, I can remember, not racing related. This is flight sim. Playing a game with my brother-in-law called F-16 Combat Pilot, and we both. I think I had an Amiga and he had a something else that were compatible, and we sat at either ends of the dining room table. With a landline connecting the 2 computers, and it was fantastic.
What were you doing playing that and not Birds of Prey?
It was just great. It was an awesome game. But yeah, it shows how far technology has come.
Yeah, and as Mr. Rand said in the chat, iRacing is quite cheap. All in all, when you see these phone bills from the 90s.
I don't miss the screeching noises of dial-up from the 90s, I know that.
Dial-up modems.
Yeah. Was a good overtake there from the German SimRacing Magenta car. Benjamin Seiss at the wheel. So, have we had a series of pit stops?
We've had pit stops, yes. We've had a couple of accidents. We've had a disconnection. But on the whole, we've still got groups of cars slogging it out.
Yeah,
with over 22 hours to go.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the track map at the minute, and there's a whole bunch of them approaching start-finish at the moment. There's a dramatic amount of overspeed from that BMW. Is that World of Sim Racing? Yeah. P2 car making its way through. It's Paul Mazier, the Apex Aviation Racing, HPD. So when you had your Amiga, did you have a zip stick or a proper?
I had a proper plug-in hard drive.
Oh. Well, a zip stick was a computer controller, like a joystick.
No, I had a half decent joystick with it. Being one that's always been into flight sims, I've always spent a little bit of money on that sort of equipment. So what was your first racing title, Pete?
Outrun. It's not really racing though, is it?
Not really, no.
I thought it was at the time. Racing title, let's have a think. I've no idea, to be honest. I can't think that far back. I think it was probably oh no, it was on the Amiga. It was Indy 500.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I remember playing it for about 3 months, wondering why I crash all the time on every lap. Nothing's changed. Yeah, and that's when you had what was the? Yeah, I'm sure there was a Panos or something like that. I can't remember now. It's that long ago.
Okay, so here's a question for everybody on the chat then. What was your first racing title?
I remember that Indianapolis 500 was a really good game for its years as well.
You got a Gran Turismo 1 from Dan Taylor.
He's 12 years old then, is he? I do remember the first Gran Turismo. I remember thinking that the best car in it at that point in time, and only because I didn't die in it, was the Subaru Impreza. So, how long since you did the last recap of Who's Where?
Quite a while ago, to be fair.
Right, I'll run through them while everybody's getting sorted.
Just before you do that, I'm just going to say a goodbye for a little while. I'm going to go and get something to eat.
Okay.
So I shall catch everybody very shortly.
Not a problem. Right then, let's run through this field as it is right now. So in P1s, we currently have, and still have, IES Sim Racing Schweiz LMP1 car, driven by Simon Amosa, in the lead, with Joris Ney in the Cube Racing number 110 in second, and Ruslan Bayramkulov in the Gold Racing Team LMP1 in third. Just trying to see the gaps in these cars at the moment because that gold car was catching earlier.
Yeah, they've lost a bit of time. They are now 1 minute point 4 behind the leader.
Okay, but we've seen what this car can do in the past, haven't we? Going from the back to the front. So we'll keep our eyes peeled on that one as he overtakes one of the Masked Devils esports cars. Can't think which one that is at the minute. And then in P2, your leader at the moment is the TCR, driven by Chris Springer. In second, we have N-Race Esports Platinum car, driven by David Nobon. We've had a few driver swaps along the way on that first pit stop, then I'm guessing. In third is Marcus Romer in the German SimRacing green car. Fourth is Luke Reimer in the Legacy E-Racing car. Sixth is Danny B. Sanchez in the Masked Devils esports vehicle. Just show you these vehicles as they make their way around. And they're a bit split up now around the field, aren't they? There are a couple on start-finish straight. So this is one of them, Masked Devils esports car. He's got competition behind him in the form of these two cars, which is the Paceworks Esports Cobalt car. I think the other one's a lap down, is it?
No, the Paceworks is a lap down. They've got a penalty early on for a contact with a GT, so they had 30 seconds of stop and go penalty.
Is that the one that gave the squeeze to the BMW?
No, it's not that one. That's another one when you left us. It's another crash, yeah.
Interesting. So we've had a few little dramas. And then we'll move on to GTs. Now, the world's upside down, isn't it? So the AMs lead the pros, with Michael Matusek in the Lithium Motorsports vehicle on your screens right now. About to be done by two cars from two different classes. He's got well out of the way, a sensible option. He's got a 20-second lead over Kicker Martin in the World of Sim Racing Team Junior car, who was having a good old tussle earlier on with two Masked Devils esports cars. He's now got attention all around him from two pro cars. Just letting my timing screen sort itself out because it's small, but
which one has disappeared? The Sim Racing Rainbow disappeared from the screen.
It did, yeah.
I think that's gonna be a connection issue.
Right. Okay. So that'll be unfortunate if that's the case. I'm very sad. And then I'm going to go to Dennis Pickbrenner next because he's third in the AM class. He's behind the car that you're watching now, who is the leader of the pro class. And it goes towards what we were saying at the very beginning between myself and Clyde, that the AM is in no way a reflection necessarily of the skill of these drivers because, we've got a few cars peeling off into the pits. These have to be scheduled stops because those cars look immaculate at the moment.
Yeah, that's the normal stuff. The leaders of the GT pros are already stopped. No, that's all the other coming back.
Right, okay. So, yeah, we're on another pit stop cycle. We'll have to see if anybody picks up any pit lane penalties for speeding. I know it's an easily achieved goal, is to end up with a penalty for speeding in the pit lane or a dangerous entry. The exit of this pit lane is a bit fiddly at times. So now we're watching Roger Schmucki and the SimRacingAcademy black car, who has taken over third place at the moment, but he'll have to cycle through his pit stops.
In fact, it just did. It just popped into the car.
Yeah. Okay.
I had a few chats with him just before we popped into the cars.
Right, I'll catch up with things eventually.
Yeah, he's the effective leader of the race.
Right, so he's the first one to blink then, right? Okay.
Yep.
So Benjamin and Mikhail in front of him must still have to pit. So yeah, fascinating turn of events there. These guys are on their 63rd lap at the moment, which is in itself an achievement.
Okay, so Pete, we have Russell from the Z1 dashboard. That's here for some interview. Hello, Russell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, all good.
Excellent. It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks to you for your bit of gifts.
No problem. And it's always good to help the sim community and give out some of the software. And so we were extremely happy to do that.
That's great. Yeah, that's partnership with SimRacingAcademy. You're giving away, I think, few Z1 dashboard licenses. One already done at the start of the broadcast to someone from the Twitch chats, and there's a few other one, I think, from a competition held on Instagram from SimRacingAcademy, and for this one Max will join us just after you to tell us all the winners from these.
Excellent. It's always good to hear that.
Yeah, that's a great thing to have this opportunity to get some people involved in sim racing, to see that you guys from these great brands help us, the small teams, to bring more attention to sim racing.
Well, sim racing has come so far. Like just watching this race and this broadcast, and especially over the past 3 or 4 months, it's made leaps and bounds, and it's so professional and so well done now. It's just incredible.
Yeah, so for the people that are new to iRacing, and there's lots of them, like you said, the last 3 or 4 months have been the strangest of our lifetimes. What would somebody? Why would somebody want to have a dashboard? What does it provide them, and how does it benefit the driver?
That's a great question. So the dashboard, it's been around for about 10 years, I think, now we've been doing this. And it started off as just a simple way to see your dashboard, which when you have 3 screens, it's half the time you can't see the dashboard of the car because it's below where your monitor would be. So this provided a way to display on another screen. Maybe you had a tablet or a laptop or a 4th monitor or something like that, the dashboard of the car you're driving. But over time, it has really expanded to much more than that. So it still shows you the dashboard. But now we have the ability to swipe between multiple dashboards. So you can also see a track map, which keeps track of where you are, where your competitors are. Tells you when you should pit and where you'll be after you pit, how much fuel you should take on. And then we have things like weather dashboards and strategy and timing of the current standings and lap times and things like that. So it's really expanded to be a sort of a whole sort of virtual engineer to help you when you're racing to basically do the best you can in the race and take that away from you so that you can just focus on driving. So that's really the great thing about the dashboard. And then we've also even added the Z1 Analyzer, which is our telemetry analysis tool. And that started about 5 years ago.
Okay, that's very interesting. And is it being taken up by? Because you get different levels of capability in iRacing and different levels of dedication. Some of these guys only drive the car they're in today over and over and over again, and they love the cars. Whereas others, a bit like me, drop into a number of different types of styles of racing, and are not necessarily as purely dedicated to one vehicle type and one class. Do you find that it's a broad array of people that take the licenses for your product, or is it very much the hardcore they'll die in that car. They want to be the professional. They want a pro license, whatever it is. What sort of demographic do you get?
It is quite a big range, and I just mentioned a whole bunch of features the software has, and not everybody uses all of those, depending on what they're looking for. So we do have some people where they use this to just show a track map, and that's what they want. And they'll drive multiple different cars, and it helps them sort of figure out where they are during the race. Then you have some people who will use it, almost every single feature. They have, I've seen screenshots that people send us where they have 3, monitors set up, and they're running a huge track map on one and multiple dashboards on another, and they've got lots of information to help them out to win the race. And then we have, on the professional side, people use this for driver training or for race rooms and things like that. So it's a really wide range of who uses it. And it's also great because a lot of people do, send us like, hey, this is my new SimRig, and this is what we're doing with your software. So that's always really fun to hear that.
Okay, that's good. And people love to personalize these things and make it individual to them. I mean, you look out at the field of cars we've got out here today, and the effort and the cost that they must go to get these liveries and set up the amount of hours they put into the setup. Is the Z1 dashboard a personalizable, and I know that's not a real word, item that people can really put their own stamp on?
Well, we allow you to, the dashboard comes with about, I think now about 180 different dashboards covering, various cars and features. And you can choose out of that which ones you want. Then within those, there's a certain amount of customizing that you can do based on colors and fonts and things. And then you can choose what sort of order you want them in. So if you just want your main dash, you can go with that. But if you decide, no, I don't need that, I rather want a track map all the time, or I want my main dash, a track map, and a fuel dash, you can put that together. So there is quite a lot of customizing that we allow. And we also want to go with the idea that it's sort of a plug and play. You can put it on, you turn it on, and you're good to go. You don't have to spend hours and hours if you don't want to designing a dashboard. So that's where we are right now. Moving forward, we do have plans to allow additional customization without giving too much away of what we're working on, but which we think people will really like in the future.
That's excellent, because those things really enable you to stand apart from the crowd, because I'm sure there is competition for the product that you make, just like there is for anything in the world at the moment. So right. Yeah, having those additional advantages will separate you out from the crowd. So yeah, it's been really interesting talking to you, Russell. Anything else that you want to share with us?
Well, just like I said, I mentioned briefly the analyzer. That's sort of the other side of the dashboard. The dashboard is when you're in the car. The analyzer is when you're outside of the car and you want to look at your data. We started that because even though there are a lot of programs out there that allow you to load data and show, all the various traces and things, we're coming at it from a viewpoint of the most important thing in the car is the driver. And that's where you're going to gain 99% of your lap time is by improving how consistent you are. And so the analyzer is there to show you this is how you be consistent, and this is how you can constantly hit your best lap. Because if you look at the difference between a really fast driver and an averagely fast driver, it's just that really fast guy hits the lap every single time. So that's what the analyzer is going for. And it comes with the dashboard. It's part of the package. And we always encourage everyone, if they use the dashboard, check out the analyzer as well, because it's there.
Yeah, that's good advice. And being someone who's not particularly super proficient in any of these cars, I think that might interest me. So I think I'm going to have a look at it this afternoon once we've finished on the broadcast and see how many pennies I can stretch to.
Excellent, excellent.
You got any more questions, Sam?
Yeah, I have one that I wrote beforehand. is it possible to use the Z1 software outside of sim racing? I know it's compatible with a lot of sim, but is it compatible outside of sim racing?
That's a good question. It actually is compatible outside sim racing. So the dashboard has the ability to connect to an OBD2 port on a car. So if you have a Bluetooth adapter that you can plug into your port, the Z1 dashboard can read that. And then on the analyzer side, it has the ability to import external data. So if you're using some sort of data logger system, and that system can export to, say, a log file or a CSV file, that data can be imported and analyzed on the analyzer. So both of the applications do work in the real world, and we do have many users who use them that way. So yes.
That's great. I think a lot of people should know that's possible to use it outside sim racing. So I know few people are jumping from sim racing to real racing at the moment. They've been looking back by some real team. They've proven that they're fast in sim racing, and they are now jumping into real racing. As things are going back to normal, they might use your software into their real racing life.
Exactly, and then they can also. We do have some professional drivers who actually do both. They're in like the Indy League or the WEC League or whatever it is, and then they also do sim racing. And they use the software to be able to compare their sim laps and their real laps, because they like to keep sharp in sims when they can't be testing on the real track. And so that's a great feature that they really enjoy.
Excellent. I'm gonna play your short video that I already played at the start of the broadcast to show a small demo of the software. Thank you, Russell, for joining us, presenting the Z1 dashboard, and for giving some keys to the viewers and all the supports you give to SimRacingAcademy and us with these prizes.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me. It's been really fun.
Yeah, cheers, Russell.
All right. Thanks, guys. Bye. Welcome to the Z1 Analyzer. This is the telemetry analysis application that goes with the Z1 dashboard. Its goal is to help you achieve faster laps by improving the most important part of the car, the driver. Right now, we are seeing 2 laps played back against each other to see how they compare. We have various traces, a track map, and video replay displayed, and this is all customizable. We can choose to display scatter plots, and these can also be customized to show any available data channel. Histograms are also supported, allowing you to dig deeper into suspension settings or any other data channel you wish to display as a histogram. One of the great aspects of the Z1 Analyzer is the analysis screens. These screens show how you are doing on your lap and provide insight on how you can improve. The lap overview screen displays general information about the lap and compares the 2 loaded laps. The track walk shows you a requested corner in detail, and the brake points display details the braking for each corner and how the laps compare. The driving line display shows the driving line of the 2 laps overlaid on the track, allowing you to easily see how the lines of each lap compare. The turn analysis screen provides information on how you are taking each turn and ways to improve. The brake lockup screen will let you know if you locked your brakes at any point during the lap. The ride height display provides a visual representation of the ride heights around the track, as well as any location where you may have bottomed out on the track. So this has been a very quick overview of the Z1 Analyzer. To try out the demo, please visit our website at z1dashboard.com. Again, that's z1dashboard.com.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the video about the Z1 dashboard there and the demo that was on your screens. As we're busy exchanging positions on track, hopefully. Ooh, that P2 car's really got out of shape there. That was a bit of a puckering moment, shall we say. So in the booth with us now, for your entertainment, is Max Beer. How are you doing, Max?
Hi guys, I'm fine.
I'm going to hand you over, Max, to Sam, who's going to probably interrogate you for a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm not really interrogate. Max is here to release the names that won the giveaway that SimRacingAcademy was organizing on Instagram.
Yeah, thank you. And I have the honor to announce the winners. And first of all, we want to thank all of the guys who made the competition and sent in every Code Brown moments. And now we have the 2 winners of the Z1 dashboard licenses. The first one is Austrian Sim Racers, and the second one was Green Helldriver 20832. I hope both of you are lucky to win this, and maybe you will find some seconds with the new software, because it's really great. We in our team we use this too, and it helps a lot us to find the last seconds on the track, and to stay clean on everything with fuel management and so on.
Yeah, at least that looks great for now, because your team is first, so that's proof that may help to get a better position.
Yeah, I think the software also helps us to get to have a little bit luck with the crash at the first 5 laps. It was really close to us, but maybe the software helps us there.
Yeah, I don't know about this one, but yeah, clearly that may be something to bring to the game. Yeah, looking at the video this morning when Roger sent it to me, I might take one license for me as well, so we'll see how it goes.
Right then, and hopefully they can use that software to avoid further code browns.
We hope so. We hope so.
So, is there anywhere that people can see those code browns, Sam?
Yeah, on Instagram, the hashtag, everybody can watch them, the moments that were sent in, and there were some close moments, and we were happy to see this.
That was nearly one on the screen right there, because that Mass Devils Esports car got very, very close to the Apex Aviation Racing Ferrari then. So that was nearly another code brown.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much, Max. Anybody you'd like to thank while you're on here? Any shout-outs to anyone?
A big shout-out to Z1 Dashboard and Russell that he has made us that he has give us the licenses that we can do some competition, and also on Esia Endurance Championship because of the great event here with the 24 hours at Daytona, and at the moment we lead the race, and hopefully in nearly 22 hours we will win it. Hopefully.
Yeah, let's see how you get on. There's plenty more racing to go.
Yeah, still a long race. Wish you the best for the end, Max, and thanks to your team to support the championship as well. That's really helped us to keep this going on and to improve all what we do. That's nice to see that some drivers like it. Okay, so back to the racing pits.
Let's
we
get
had
back to
some
this.
action on screen while we were in these giveaway and interviews.
Certainly did.
For the P5, 4 of the GTM between the Mass Devils Esports, the Apex Aviation Racing. few Code Browns, as we were talking about Code Brown. It was very funny. It was the Ramadan Motorsports, the P2 that went to the left on this corner, we just shown on the cameras.
Yep, that was a bit of a puckering moment for sure. And these two Mass Devils esports cars have they'll be getting paid extra money by their sponsors, because they've been on the camera shot an awful lot. They were racing with the World of Sim Racing BMW at the start. Now they're split by the Apex Aviation Racing Ferrari. But that German Sim Racing Magenta BMW that's tracking down Nacho at the minute is going to be in shot as well soon. So you couldn't get a Rizzler paper between the Ferrari and the Porsche as they went into turn 1 earlier. It was a good camera angle and good camera shot to choose at that point as well.
Yeah, they're not fighting for the same category though. The German Sim Racing is second in the GT Pro, and all the way to the first position there are 6 GT cars. But as we said at the start, that might be the pro drivers that race into these cars, or maybe they just left. I see the Lithium Motorsports have changed drivers, but beforehand that was the pro driver in the car. So we'll see how it goes for the next few hours.
Yeah, and it is interesting that there's so many AM cars at the top of this GT field. The fact that they're in a different class probably won't mean much to them. They'll still want to overtake GT car for GT car, and if they can get the advantage over the pro cars, I'm sure they will, because at least then they've got an understanding of how hard they need to drive in order to get competitive with the pro cars.
Yeah, you're correct, and they have no different cars. In fact, they're just the way we handle the drivers. So it's the same GTE cars, no DOP, whatever. So they have all the same speed. That's just the setup and the drivers that make the difference between all of them. So of course they want to fight them and be the best.
Oh yeah, it's all about bragging rights, if nothing else. And you know, I know I'd be no different. They're driving exactly the same car. They want to be at the front, and why wouldn't you? You want to get as far down the road away from your competitors as possible. I think that was the Legacy E-Racing P2 car that we saw making its way through the field just then. That's quite a good paint job on that one. It's obviously spent some time on it.
Which one, sorry?
I think it was the Legacy E-Racing car, the P2.
Ah, yeah, the P2, right? This one.
Yeah, this one, yeah.
Yeah. I really like the black matte, the red on the mirror thing they did. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like that a lot. They've obviously thought about that for quite a long time, so well done to whoever has painted that. Very talented person indeed. And if we head back to the Mass Devils esports battle there, I think we've just switched positions. This has been going on for a little while now, and this is the furthest forward, I'm going to say, of the Mass Devils esports cars in front. And you're on board with you were on board with the German Sim Racing Friends car.
Yeah, as we have a pass for position there, so I'm not sure you can screen. Even if it's for 10th position, it's still a racing position, and that's a good thing to see. That's battle all over the place.
Yeah, it's a busy track. It's a crowded house at the minute that we've got, and nobody's letting up, and they won't let up for another 20-something hours. Obviously, there's a whole load of driver swaps to go on, a whole load of pit stops. Fuel, tyres. That P2 car's taken a very interesting line around that corner. That was either patience or an over-driving of a corner. And now he's onto the banking of the oval at this roval. And sails past the GT field, GT cars in the field. And this is, again, the German Sim Racing Friends car. Wanting to take that position back, and we're on the start of the infield section at the moment. That BMW is massive, isn't it? Compared to the Porsche, it's huge.
It's massive. This look like a proper race car. Even the Porsche is a proper race car, but the BMW is so massive. you cannot see anything else than the BMW when you're in front of it.
No, it is just a monster. Well, on board it's got quite a nice sound to it, although I think Gary Craig would argue otherwise. But it's just a beast of a car. It makes the Ferrari look tiny when it passes them. So he's in the tow now. He is going for this, maybe, but he's on the wrong side for the bus stop now. In fact, he's not bothering. He's going to stay line astern. Or is he? Oh no, a bit of a cut back here. Puts his car on the inside. Now then, is he going to be complicit with this move? Certainly is. And the BMW is away. Nice move from Andre Geiger. The only problem you have at this point on the track is you just hand the slipstream to the car you've just overtaken. So Ney Stefan will be getting his own drag now, and he's had to go to the right hand side, which is the one that has the least advantage. But you can do a sweeping line through turn 1 here, and he's late on the brakes, and that could be... Ooh, that was close, wasn't it? He's
that was very close.
Yeah.
And side by side with the chicane, yeah, the lift up. That could have been a hard one, yeah.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, spectacular racing. Millimetres apart, I think that would be. And the Porsche falling back a little way from the BMW now. This is the closest battle on track at the moment. So while we watch them end up back on the oval circuit, doesn't take long to get a lap in these cars. Obviously it takes even less in the other two classes, but these guys are still going to go at it lap after lap. It's hard to get away around here, like we said before, because the slipstream is so powerful, and once you're sat behind someone, it's impossible for them to get away. It's when you start overtaking each other that you cause each other problems. But the idea is that you end up in front, so...
Yep, that's true. And we have a game rolling in the chat, the YouTube chat. It's guessing the moderator's shirt color. So, I don't know if you have the chat up. Please?
I don't know. I shall do though.
Yeah, you should have it.
Go and find it.
Bill's sending a great answer. So, I'm gonna let you tell people if that's correct or not. As we just saw Stefan going back. Andre Geiger for the P2 in the GTM. They are switching over and over again.
Right, okay. So, where am I on this chat? Are you talking about the YouTube chat, yeah?
Yeah, YouTube chat.
Bill says I'm sounding better than last evening. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they will not find my shirt color.
No, that's true. Yeah, I'll keep the chat up in case we get any more feeds through. So, down the back straight again, with the Mass Devils Esports car in front. Andre Geiger following again. And out at the bus stop, he's probably been very patient there so that he can get the tow down this piece of oval. And And it's only when you really get into the higher series of revs that you get the slingshot effect. Here he goes now. He's going to have to go right because the lead car will always stay tight inside. And he's going to go sailing round, and now it's a point of who will brake latest, and on this occasion it's the Porsche, but if you run wide there you can be in a whole load of trouble, because the grip disappears very quickly out on the marbles at the edge of that corner, although lots of cars scrub the marbles away on there, on this track. I think this battle is going to go on for quite a long time, or at least until maybe pit stops separate them, or an over-enthusiastic P2 or P1 car comes through. But there's nobody near them for now, so they'll be happily getting on with it. Guessing the moderator's shirt colour. So oh, what have we got here now? So we've got this is WS Racing Esports yellow car. Obviously another gigantic BMW. Following if I can figure out who that is. Is that TT Motorsports car?
Yeah, it is.
It is. I'm getting good with these now.
Yeah, kind of.
Thanks for that vote of confidence. So he should be getting quite a tow off that car in front. He's less than half a second behind that car, so the tow will be not brilliant just yet, but he's going to reel him in good and quick at the end of the straight. There we go, he's on him now, into the bus stop. And then this is where you want to be, right in that position, or a bit closer ideally, because you want to make the most of this tow down this straight. Car in front trying to break the tow, and it's difficult on an oval. Where else do you go other than up? And if you go up, you increase the radius of the turn and you lose time, so you're only going to slow both cars down. So there you go, top end of the revs, lots and lots of overspeed now, but you've got to go the long way round. And he's backed out of that one sensibly, in my opinion. That is an overtake for another lap. Good bit of mature driving there from Otmar Pinner in the WS Racing Esports yellow vehicle. Okay, so Marcus Roma in the German Sim Racing green. Oh dear, that is. I'm not really sure what happened there. I want to see that again now. There we go. So P2 car goes into the corner and tries to stuff it up the inside there, but the Porsche wasn't either aware or hadn't understood the signalling that was going on, if there was any, and that's led to two cars probably damaged. This one will be the more damaged of the two. If you bend the front of the P2 car, it loses all its aero in competition with the other P2 cars. Was that the victim? I don't think it was
No,
it?
it wasn't. This is battle for overall position between the third place Pro and the 7th place GTM.
I see.
Just in front, that was the car involved.
It was, yeah. It's because I've got triples. I thought that was the one that was on the screen, and it wasn't. It was the black and white R3T Racing Pro car, which is driven by Isaac Morris at the minute. That's the legacy car from P2 behind. So he'll dive to the inside here, which will be the outside of the next corner. That Porsche in front, which is going to be the, yeah, that one, the Thomas Asmussen H2 Performance SRT Porsche. Handling a bit badly around that last corner. It doesn't seem to have any damage on it, does it?
No, that was just a bit of side contact. Don't think there's that much damage. Maybe a bit of the rear splitter or something. But yeah, we'll see if it goes for them. And if someone from HQ Performance is in the chat, maybe they have some insight into all the cars handling after the contact, but don't think that's gonna hurt them a lot.
No, I mean, these cars are reasonably robust. They do seem to fall apart quite a lot, and when we were doing our Le Mans 24 hours, we saw some very curious shapes of spoilers and front fenders and bumpers and all sorts. That doesn't always fully repair the damage, does it, on these GTE cars? And this battle's continuing on for a little while longer, which is what we like to see. I'm going to go back to live timing because I'm still on replay timing. So Isaac Morris in the R3T chasing down Thomas Asmussen. He's about half a second behind now. We've got a few battles on track at the moment which are close. The Apex Aviation Racing is getting overtaken by Ramada Motorsports LMP2. Further up, the Mass Devils esports battle is resumed again, with them being around about half a second apart. But this one's good and close at the moment. He's losing ground a bit, Isaac, at the moment, to Thomas. Thomas is away down the road. You're on board with the R3T Racing Pro car, just as a reminder. Gets the revs right up to the top of the limiter that you can see on the top of the dash, on the top of the steering wheel rather. Off the gas, drops the gear, fires it out at the bus stop. Keep it tight onto that yellow line. Again, the shortest way around is the fastest way around on the ovals. You will pick up a degree of slipstream here if you can keep it tight in. It was 0.8 of a second at the start of that sequence, and on the brakes he's 0.6 of a second, so the overspeed that you get from the slipstream was worth 0.2 of a second there. Obviously closer means more of a benefit, and you can get into the slipstream of the car in front even more closely. Moving wide for who is that?
Yeah, you are correct, that was Matt Dibley's fault.
Yeah, because it looks a bit different from this angle, that's all.
Yeah, switching to this battle, two different categories again. Nice to see a bit of a different car. It's the Ferrari of the Sim Racing Rainbow.
Yeah, totally. Probably one of the most colourful cars in the Esia field. Is the rainbow car from Danu Simsport. They're chasing down Otmar Pinner, who we saw being very, very careful a little bit earlier in the WS Racing Esports yellow BMW. Forgotten which car he was chasing. Was that World of Sim Racing? I don't think it was.
Yeah, another cracking battle. Third in GTM.
Yep.
They're still going at it.
This has been going on almost since the beginning of the race, this one.
Yeah, I think so. They have put a cap on the other Mazda sports car, which is 2-3 position back overall. With Nacho LDR at the wheel moment, right, yeah. They are 6th in class. The other Magdeville Sports, but yeah, these two are fighting each other since almost the start of the race.
Yeah, and it is fascinating that on this many laps, so these are on 85 laps, they're still on the same bit of tarmac and they're still like fighting as they were at the beginning, which shows how competitive the field is at the moment. All right, they're not the guy at the front, they're not Roger Schmucki in the Sim Racing Academy car, who is the GT leader at the moment. But these guys, well, in this battle here, this is concertinaed right up. We're about to go into turn 1 there. Well, we are in turn 1. And the Ferrari is still pacing behind the BMW, trying to find an opportunity to overtake. This is Matthias Egert in the Danu Sim Racing Rainbow car. They've changed that livery since the last time, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, we're seeing that we are doing a brilliant job. Monsieur Bill, come on, get your thing sorted and join us back.
Yeah. And you're right, Bill. It really is a heated battle, and it's still going on. So.
Yeah, took that was for position, but it's just Carlos Bassel from Ramada Motorsports going through the GT field to the big contact with Orla at the start of the race.
Yeah, I remember that one. So the Rainbow car gets the job done. Matthias Egert, obviously in the Pro series, having overtaken Otmar Pinner in the WS Racing Esports yellow car, BMW just behind, who's in the AM class of these cars. So still a massively long way to go, and there are lots of cars on different laps now, even within the same field, the same classification of cars, and that will continue to happen all the way through the next 20 hours. Yep, and there we are. That's your current race leader, Neil Ernie. Blasting past the GTs and maintaining his lead for IES Sim Racing Schweiz at the head of the LMP1 class. Cube Racing, number 110, here we are. Are 27 seconds back down the road from the IES Sim Racing car. And again, not taking any time to get past these cars. There's the Porsche that got turned by the P2 car earlier. And this is Joris Ney. Now we move on to Ruslan Bayramkulov. Again, apologies if I get your names wrong. If you want us to say it right, then send us a post and we'll do our best to get them well pronounced, or I will at least. So the Gold Racing team, they were, the last time I checked, like a minute behind. They did pull it back away.
Yeah, they've got a penalty. They had an issue with another car causing collision, so it's can't stop another penalty.
Oh, is that the one that got the dive bomb penalty?
Yeah, the last one in the sheets.
Yeah.
I didn't quote it back live. I stole the penalty too late, so I was not able to get it back. But yeah.
Okay. So they've got more ground to make up because they're now a lap down on the lead car. And again, it's a long race. Nobody knows what's going to happen, so you've got to stay in it. Here we have, so in the P2s, this is the N-Race Esports Platinum car, which David Narbonne is at the wheel of. They lead the P2s. Into turn 1 there, having lapped the car that's behind him. Chris Springer is in the second place car, which is the TCR car. He's having a bit of a lonely little ride at the moment.
Yeah, but he's not that far back. Only
No, he's not.
Almost 4 seconds.
Yep, you can
that-
see the
that's not
2
that
cars
much.
in front. Yep,
Yeah, and
That-
David played safe.
he did. He let the other one go.
behind the
Yeah.
GTs. I see some damage at the rear of his car. That's
Let's have a close look.
real.
Oh, yeah, just on the right rear wheel.
Yeah, don't know if that just happened or if it is on the car since few laps.
I don't know.
I didn't
but-
see it.
The P2, the blue P2 car, is that the Cobalt car?
Yeah, that's the
Um,
Cobalt car. They just passed them, so I wonder
Yeah.
if David stayed behind the GTs and the Base Wolf thought he was going to the move, and when it was back fighting with the
Yeah,
GTs.
possible.
I don't know. I have no incident shown on the event saver, so can't
No.
tell if someone from SimRacing Racing is looking the broadcast and they have some insight of what happened to the back of the car. Shoot out in the chat.
There's a bit of light flashing going on, so he's obviously displeased with something.
Yeah, that might be the issue. When they caught the GTs, he might have been caught into the back by the Base Wolf
Yeah.
Esports Cobalt.
Yeah, because even a 0x can give you damage, can't it?
Yeah, and aero damage on this kind
Yes.
of track with this car is just massive. He's losing a lot of time on the TCR at the moment. They are back to 2 seconds now, and it's going
Right.
down and down and down. So we'll see how it goes for the next few laps. I'm sure they will fix the rear on the pit stop. That doesn't take long. You remember from last week races. The wings do not
quickly
take long.
repaired car, yeah.
Yeah, that's max 20 seconds to repair the rear wing. So I'm pretty sure that we do it. They have still plenty of time to play with before the end of the race. So they are first. They have quite a gap from 3rd place, which is Marcus Romer from German SimRacing. 30 seconds lead. So I will take the repairs on the next pit stop.
Yeah, and you don't want to add another pit stop into the mix, do you, if you don't have to? So even if you're losing a degree of time on your lap, it's worth staying out with that damage for a bit longer if it's not impairing your handling too much. At least you're not going to crash the car further, or crash it in the first place. So yeah, it's not the ideal thing to do is always repair the car instantly. Here's the Legacy car, Legacy Racing in 4th with Luke Reimer. Whilst this is a new car to the Esia Championship, I'm guessing the guys driving it are not new. Who else is in that car as a driver?
I think it has been Luke since the start of the race.
It has.
He's doing long stints.
Yeah, there's another driver registered for that vehicle at the minute, which is Peter Johansson. Are they new to Esia as a team and as drivers?
Yeah, they are fully new.
Right. And they appear to be extraordinarily capable, because they are in 4th. They are on the same lap as the leader of their class. It's a very smart livery, as we said before, and they currently have about 3 seconds advantage over Danny B. Sanchez on your screens now in the Mass Devils Esports car. He's trying to make his way back through again, really, isn't he? Because he started a bit higher than that, I think. Well, yeah, about 2 places higher than he is. But then that's a shuffle that's been made right at the start.
Yep,
Check
I
the
have second commentators right on my side that's helping me to commentate the race. But I don't know if you understand the kid language, but yeah. Yeah, they've lost 2 positions. On the, for now, just showing it on the broadcast, they've lost 2 positions. NRace Esports gained 3, TCR stayed, German SimRacing gained 2, Legacy Racing gained 3, so Master Esports lost 2, and the Paceworks stayed at 0. Random Motorsport lost 6 plays, but we saw they had a big incident pretty much at the start of the race.
Yeah. Yep, and the Master Levels Esports car, I think the Legacy car has entered the pits now for a pit stop. That's what it's saying on my screen at the moment anyway.
Yep.
Alan Guevara on the chat says, go South Wheels Racing Team. I know that's one of the Porsches that we were watching before.
Yeah, we're gonna cycle a bit through the field. We might go back to the battle in the GT. I'm just going to the Ramadan Motorsport here. The last place in P2. They have managed to go by all the GTs now. So they are 7 laps down on the leader of the P2, but they are ahead of the GTs. And the leader of the GT Pro just pitted.
So this is the Ramada car, isn't it?
The P2 is the Ramada car. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Got it now. So it's Carlos C. Basto at the wheel of that car. So now we've got on our screen a very tight little back. Oh dear. That's a bit of a straight-on moment there for that Ferrari, which is Benjamin Jean in the Apex Aviation racing car. The Master Devils Esports car we were just watching passes both these vehicles here.
We're gonna watch this back shortly, but this is battles cracking on from lead position in the P2, and we were focused a lot on the GTs since the start. Now we have a bit of battle in the P2. We are going to watch this one.
Yeah, this is for the lead of the class, isn't it?
Yeah, and the damage at the rear affects David Melbourne.
Yeah. And you would assume that he'd be, well, it depends how far away from a pit stop he is. I can do a bit of that actually, because even though my timing screen had a bit of a fit before. So, am I right in thinking that, oh, there we go, and he's sailed straight, or has he? Yes, he has now. And he sailed past using the overspeed from the damage that the car behind has, which is impairing it. So that's Chris Springer in the TCR car. Takes the lead of the P2 field. So they pitted 2 laps apart. So I'm guessing they've got quite a lot of laps to do before they get to their next pit stop. And here's...
Yeah, I don't really know because the Legacy Racing already pitted, so...
Yeah.
Don't really know how far they are from the cycle of the pit stops.
Yeah, well, on my screen they're all shown at various different pit stop laps. Here we go again for Benjamin Jean. He stayed on the grass, to be fair, so he stayed off the racing surface, so he didn't take anybody else out, so well done for that. Just outbraked himself, I think, in the draft of the car in front.
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah.
Easily done. In any of these cars, to be fair. So, yep, Benjamin carries on lap 93 for the GTs. Meanwhile, David Narbonne in the N-Race Esports Platinum car is on lap 101. Second in class with some damage. And there's the P2 leader, TCR car, Chris Springer. So they scythe their way through. There's that Cobalt car again. Has that just come out of the pits?
That's the massive sport that just came out of the pits.
Yeah.
The pace work. You can see at the speed of the pace work that is a lap down.
Yes,
and
that's right.
David cannot catch him, where Chris Springer from the TCR just went through.
Yeah, he sailed straight past, yeah. So it'll be interesting to see when David Narbonne eventually boxes that car. A, how long it's sat for, and B, how long away that is, because the longer he carries on losing time and laps, the worse it's going to get. So he'll be wanting to pit, you'd think, at the very first reasonable opportunity, without losing too much advantage, as they go through the bus stop for the 102nd time. And back here with Thomas Asmussen. So this is the car that got spun earlier by one of the HPDs. And he's closing in on the back of Nacho in the Mass Devils Esports AM car. This is another AM battle for position. He's got quite a lot of overspeed there, hasn't he, Sam?
Yeah, a bit faster than the Mass Devil. Just checking. Yeah, they have both pitted the same lap, so they are on the same fuel level, and they both have two tires.
Oh dear.
Where is he?
Nacho needs a new set of tyres. I think there were, I don't know whether we can't go back and see the 11s that he left on the floor, but he's fully outbraked himself there. There he goes. Did he lock him? No, well, only once he nearly got onto the gravel, or that gravelly surface. So good catch, really, wasn't it? It's easy to disappear off into that barrier, just to the right of where he managed to turn left. He's having a bit of trouble, isn't he?
Yeah, looks like he had a wheel in the grass, but yeah, no incident in the.
I wonder if that's because he's cooked his tyres. I'm just going to check.
Might be it.
Yeah. Track temperature has dropped. It's 108 now, so a good 13 degrees lower than the last time that Clyde updated us. But it doesn't take much to cook the tyres on this new tyre model, and it takes a long time for them to come back, even if you're driving conservatively. It is possible in certain cars. In cars like the V8, where it's just transferring power in obscene amounts through to the wheels, it's almost impossible to get your tyres back. But in these cars, you can, with some conservative driving, get them back over a number of laps. But he's going to have to take it slow now, otherwise he's going to end up in a wall somewhere.
Yeah, 42 degrees, still pretty high temperature, so...
it is, you're right.
It's going to cook the tires anyway.
So, two German sim racing cars, the Magenta GT BMW and the HPD in the P2 class. That'll make for a good screensaver for one of those two at some point. And then, yep, Thomas Asmussen getting overtaken there by the Ramada car. And that Magenta car, although he is going to gun for it and try and overtake it, that's in a different class, isn't it? That's the that's a pro class German sim racing Magenta car in front.
Yeah, correct. That's the 3rd place in the GT Pro and 7th place in the GT. They are not fighting for the same championship, but still place overall, as we said before. That's always cool to be in front of the GT. So
absolutely. Yeah. So Philip Madsen in the Lithium Motorsports car comes out probably with a new set of tyres. You'd be silly not to. Although I don't know how long tyres take on these GTE cars. Is it pretty quick compared to the fueling? I mean,
it's done after the after the fueling,
Right.
and it took almost 30 seconds. Like that's pretty long.
Yeah, that is a long time to be sat there.
Yeah.
Is that the same for all three of these classes?
Yeah, they are taking tires
fuel and
after
tires.
separately, but the P2 is
Right.
faster. It's only 15 seconds for the tires, and
Right.
about 30 seconds for the fuel. It's almost 30 seconds for the fuel. A bit shorter for the P1. That's 22 to 24 seconds, and 20 seconds for the tires. Looking at the time I am on the screen, at least.
Right. Okay. So for these guys, then you want to take tires as little as least often as possible, don't you? So tire preservation as well as fuel preservation is going to be critical, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gonna be a key factor in the race. If you do short pit stop each time, or you do one less pit stop when Benjamin Jean is carrying second position now over
Yep.
Philip Madsen from the Lithium Motorsports.
Yeah, Benjamin John, you will remember from episodes of cutting the bus stop earlier. Has now managed to get himself into the second position here for the AM class. Although that particular Lithium Motorsports BMW isn't going to take that lying down, so he's going to be crawling all over that Ferrari, I would think.
Yeah, and the Apex Aviation Racing did not change the tires last time by, only 34 seconds of pit stop.
Oh, okay.
Where 1 minute 2 for the Lithium Motorsports, they have 2 tires. So that's gonna play the game later on when the tires will be warm for the Lithium and completely smashed out for the Apex Aviation Racing.
Yeah, it is odd seeing that Apex Aviation car this far forward at the moment, but that explains that. And is there any benefit to taking only 2 tyres on the GT cars, or any of the cars in the field?
I'm not sure that's a good idea, because that unbalanced the car. That's not like in NASCAR when you
We need to go back and see what happened there. That legacy car, the legacy P2 car. Oh, he got himself into a rotation. That's not bad though, is it? At least some of those tyres are going to be blisteringly hot now.
Yeah, that could have been done pretty badly, but that's a massive code brown, that's it.
Yeah, damn right. I mean, save of the century, really, from Luke Reimer. And again, this battle's raging still. So we're 1 lap on now, and there's still only 1 car length between them.
Oh, be quiet.
Now there's none.
Well, as we are talking about pit stop, I'm gonna take a short pit stop also to,
Right.
to refill the water, take some coffee and other stuff that
Not a problem.
we all know that we have to do. I'll be back in a few minutes. I
No
leave you
problem.
on this battle.
Yep, it's a good one to watch. See you shortly. And passing that Apex Aviation Ferrari is the legacy car in the P2 class. Looks like it leaves it for dead, but it's a massive amount of overspeed between these vehicles. I'll run through the full field while we watch Benjamin Jean trying to get back on terms with Philip Madsen. But I doubt that'll happen. As Sam just said, Benjamin didn't take tyres, or can't have done rather, given the length of his pit stop, whereas Philip will have done. In P1's Neil Ernie, in AES SimRacing Schweiz LMP1 car, leads the field with Michael Rodriguez in the Cube Racing number 110 car. Is in second, so that's a Porsche leading the P1 field, and an Audi in second and third, because Ruslan Bayramkalov in the Gold Racing team although he's a fair way behind now. Is in third. In P2 is Chris Springer in the TCR leads David Narbonne in the N-Race Esports Platinum car. It'll be interesting to see if that car's pitted. It hasn't, so that one is still carrying damage. He's got a bit of a gap between him and third place Marcus Rummer in the German SimRacing green P2 car. Although this, I'm just breaking off from that because it looks like Benjamin Jean has got some time back on the BMW in front of him, and he's about to enter the banking of the oval. So we may see, I expect after the bus stop, him get back onto terms with that BMW. He's about to get done by the German SimRacing P2 car, and oh, he's had to jump on the brakes quite heavily there. He's caught up with that lithium car. Has Philip Madsen got an issue or something? Because that's a lot of speed to lose. But we'll keep an eye on that while I carry on going down the field. So after Marcus Romer in German SimRacing Green, who is in third in P2s, David B. Sanchez follows him a good 8 seconds back. These two are side by side now, so I'm going to have to keep interrupting myself. And that Apex Aviation car has bulleted past the Lithium Motorsports BMW in an odd turn of events. And then the BMW closes in again, and this is what we were saying right at the beginning of the broadcast. It's hard to get away around Daytona Road. Slipstream is everything around here. As long as you can stick with the car in front through the twisty bits on the infield, and you can situate your car in such a way that you're making the most of the slipstream, it will be to your advantage to do that, because you can't get away, the car in front can't get away from you, so you might as well sit there and save fuel and save tyres, not experience the aero push too much. Obviously it's like telling water not to be wet to tell a driver don't overtake the car in front. These guys are just going to want to go for it and go at it and take the positions. Doesn't even matter if they're in the same class. These guys are, obviously. So the Lithium Motorsport car probably lining up that Apex Aviation Ferrari. There's a big wiggle from the Ferrari coming out of the bus stop. And they're pulling away here, so a good 0.6 of a second. And increasing all the time, so I wonder if that Lithium Motorsport car has an issue. We're about to lap the WS Racing Esports car. Sorry?
I'm back with you.
Excellent. So, as long as I'm getting it right, the Lithium car took tyres, Apex Aviation didn't. Is that the right way around? Yeah?
Yeah.
And that WS Racing Esports yellow car gets well out of their way. But the Apex Aviation car just caught Philip Madsen in the Lithium car and passed him like he was going backwards. And I fail to understand how that's possible. Or likely.
Maybe they have some damage that we are not able to see on the broadcast.
Yeah, I didn't see any dings with anything. The bodywork looks good.
All the driver is a bit slower this time, and Benjamin in the Apex Edition Racing is the pro driver of the other car, and he's just faster. That's it.
Right, okay. So he's going to get a good tow now, though, Philip Madsen. I'm just going to go and close my window because the weather's coming in, so 1 second.
To answer the question in the chat, we are not commentating the whole 24 hours. We are only 3, and that's not gonna work for us to do the whole 24 hour. And plus, I have to help the guys at the race control to allow them to sleep a few hours also into the night. So this first part of the broadcast will close up a bit later around the evening, and then we will be back into the night, but without commentating, for viewers of night racing, with an auto camera, as I will be sleeping. And tomorrow in the morning we will get back to full broadcast with commentating for the last 6 hours of the race.
And then you've got to count how many cars are still on the track.
Yeah. I hope they will, almost all of them will be still on track, because that's better to see at least 90% of the car racing to the end. I think for now, we have 3 retirements. That's the Core Motorsport 2, the Team Motorsport Dreams, and L1 Esports, and I think the IRS Sim Racing in the GTs. Yeah, there was not showing up in the timing, but there's 4 retirements for now, all in GT.
Right. All GTs.
Yeah, all GTs. That's a great shout out to NRC Sports after the big impact with the wall at the pit and exit.
Yeah.
It was a big one, but still racing, still trying to get some points at the end. And yeah, they are.
Yeah, it's worth it, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, worth it. They have 12 laps down now. But yeah, they can catch up a few places if others have troubles. We don't wish any troubles to anyone, but we all know that's things that happen into a 24-hour race. You might be find yourself in some troubles at some point.
Yeah, we're only 3 hours into a 24-hour race, aren't we? So all sorts of events are going to happen in the next 20 hours. And here we have Thomas Asmussen in the H2 Performance SRT Porsche. Locking horns. So we've changed screens to show the Core Motorsports car with Michael Mendez at the wheel.
Yeah, just past 4th position. The WS Racing Sports
good overtake.
There is.
Nice and safe. And that was 4th position. And here we are again. These familiar faces here of the Lithium Motorsports BMW tracking down the Apex Aviation Ferrari. Philip Mazden trying to get on better terms with Benjamin Jean. No tyres taken last time for the Ferrari. Full set, we think, for the BMW, or we expect, because of the length of the pit stop. 2 different lines coming out of that turn. I don't know what happened there. It's very unusual. Somebody got something on the grass or off track, I would expect.
Yeah, if you look closer at the front left of the BMW, I think there's effective damage. Just slightly, just a small one. But look
I
like
see what you mean. Can you put a nose camera on that?
I can do even better.
Go on then.
That's
Oh
it.
yeah, that'll do.
Hey, come on, get closer. Come on, Flip.
Go on, Philip. Drive faster. Later on the brakes. Oh yeah, you're right. There's a crinkle on the left-hand airbag.
Yeah, on the splitter there's
And
a
on the
wave.
spoiler.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Right, thanks for that camera. That's good. And thanks for Benjamin for letting us tag onto the back of his car for a minute. So yeah, you're right. There's damage to the front of that BMW, and that's not long out of the pits either.
Don't know if that's something that happened after a rejoin, or if it's something that happened earlier on and that will not be fixed by our iRacing. Don't really know.
So iRacing doesn't fix all the damage, does it?
Nah, not with this damage model at least.
Yeah. And do these cars suffer in the same way as other ones, where if you suffer engine damage, sometimes iRacing won't repair it to its pristine condition? You'll be down on power and down on acceleration.
Yeah, I think so. I've not run all of them, and I've never had engine failure in the BM, but I think this is the same for almost all the cars. Sometimes iRacing doesn't fix it all, and you just have to deal with it. And if it explodes once again, you're just out. That's it.
Yeah. As is the real life situation. If you bend the car, it's done. And sometimes you destroy the car, and then you're very done. So Phillips managed to clamber his way back onto the rear spoiler of the Ferrari in front of him. This is Phillips' current view. Again, you can see his rev signaler on the top of his, not on his steering wheel this time, but on his dashboard addition there. Shows his gear is 3, and now 2. Going onto the Roval now. It's where your car can go very light at times. He's in a very good position at the minute. This is very well positioned. Optimal for getting the tow down this little stretch, but you don't really want to overtake on this side of the bus stop if you can help it, because you just become a victim from the other side. There's a missile going past. So yeah, he's off the gas early. Steady through the bus stop, easy to lose control of the car, back on the gas, and he's got a huge amount of overspeed here. I'm sure he didn't want that, to be honest, because he's now got to sit with no tow, higher on the banking, and it's a longer journey, isn't it, son?
Yeah, it's one of the longest one. That's not like the NASCAR when you sit on the rear of the other car and you side draft it. Here, it's if you don't have enough overspeed, you'll just have to sit behind, and that's it.
Yep. So that Apex Aviation car, and having that error, kind of ruined the plan potentially that Philip Madsen had there, because he'd have wanted to sit behind that, build his speed, gain a massive amount of overspeed, and then overtake the Ferrari.
Yeah, they probably not exactly what you said. It was small mistakes in the bus stop, but that allowed him to stay in front of Philip by running his plan to go at the same speed. Took the advantage of the draft and just go side by side to the braking zone.
Where he was always going to have the right line, or the preferred line, I should say. So about to get under, or see, I don't think that's the BMW's fault necessarily. I think the P2 car just met him at a bad point and chose the wrong side of the BMW to aim at. And I think the reason that he's not too happy is because that's the TCR car right behind. Oh no, they're on different laps, aren't they, those two P2s? The TCR car is going to lap the car in front.
Yeah, that's the Ramada. I'm not certain, but they are 7 laps down, so...
Yeah, and last in class, yeah. So you can see the downforce of the Ramada car there allowed it to turn that corner almost as fast as the P1 car that it was following at that point, but then the launch from the P1 car allowed it to disappear completely. Oh, no!
As I just switched to the other car,
we managed to miss it, but we got it on the replay, so that's fine. Careful how you rejoin, of course, otherwise you're going to cause a catastrophe. So Benjamin Jean not having a great day at the bus stop, is he? He straight-lined it earlier, and then he's spun in the mid-corner, so he's carried too much speed in, not been able to maintain the angle of steering. There's a little bit of dust kicked up back there from someone. And now he's lost quite a lot of ground, really, hasn't he? Because he's dropped 2 positions. He's lost out to Lithium Motorsport and to Andre Geiger in German Sim Racing Friends car as well.
Yeah, correct. That's 2 plus lost. That's he will probably be sad about this one.
Yeah, I would think so. And leading the AM class at the minute is, I'm going to go for Jorge Lira in World of Sim Racing Team Junior car. There they are. So they're leading the AM class at the moment in their BMW. But leading the GTs overall is Roger Schmucki in the SimRacingAcademy car. I think we better show a bit of footage of that. He's got quite a lead at the moment. 46 seconds over the nearest AM car. And I'm not even going to try and calculate his lead back to Isaac Morris at the moment. But it's going to be quite a substantial gap. And he's doing a very well-controlled race so far, isn't he, Sam?
Yeah, they are doing a great job for now. That's yeah. SDK Gaming just showed me the next car, not the next car in the
class.
Class, so I can't really show the graphic delta, but yeah, he's 1 minute 30 seconds in front of the next car in the class, so it's pretty healthy margin for now.
It certainly is. Well, I suppose we have done 109 laps now, or we will have done shortly. Roger's done 48 of those, and his partner, which was Patrick Shilikowski, who gridded the car, has done 60, so they're getting on for theirs. Do you have a contribution percentage?
Nah, I haven't think.
Okay. And do you have penalties in Esia for the number of incidents?
Yeah. There's for this race it's 120 before the drive-through penalty.
Okay.
And at 255, because iRacing do not allow to go more than this limit when you set a pit lane penalty. You're gonna be removed from the race, basically.
Oh, right, okay. So, am I right in thinking, well, if you go into it and just see how many incidents you think Luke Reimer's got, and tell me if I'm reading that right, and you'll know what I mean when you read it.
Trying to find it.
Sorry, do you want to know what team he's in?
Yeah. Could be easier for me.
Yeah, he is in the Legacy E-Racing car.
Yeah, I see 27 in the SDK Gaming, but that might be a bit more. Don't know. Do you see it in the session?
Yeah, and it says 41.
Oh my god.
That's an enormous amount to have accrued. That's why I was asking the question about incidents. So he's already a third of the way. Well, obviously not Peter Johansson, who's currently in the car, but his partner is already a third of the way in the points to a pit lane penalty, and we're only 3 and a bit hours in.
That's gonna be a long race, I think, for them. Yeah, because once you reach 120, each 10 incidents after that, you go again to the pits. So,
yeah, might be spending all
gonna
night
be a long one.
Brilliant. I don't even know how you accrue that many penalties around here.
Getting the bus stop almost every laps. That's the only thing I see that could lead you to that much of incidents in a short time.
Yeah. So, we're currently watching Nacho in the Mass Devils Esports AM car with Matthias Eggert in the Danu Sim Racing Rainbow Ferrari about to flash past him by the look of this. So that's a remarkably clean overtake with a huge amount of space between the two vehicles. And the Denu Sim Racing Rainbow car is easily able to take that position. And that was position on track, not in a class, because Nacho is in the AM class and Matthias is in the Pro class. Have they got banner colours on, or just the stamps on the back and the front?
They have banners.
Yeah. Oh yes. So for the viewers, the Pro cars have got the green banner, and the AM cars have got the orange banner. You can see them both in the shot just there. If you ever side on, the numbers are also lined in the same colour schemes. Orange for the AM car, and there's
The only one that does not have the windshield banner is the BMW, because BMW asked iRacing to remove all the custom banners to put the M Motorsports on it, so that's the only one that you will not see it.
Right, okay, so you're going to have to go on the number colours, folks, to see which class the BMWs are in, or the stamps on the back of the car, the rear of the car. That's an interesting thing that I'd never known, that BMW requested that.
Yeah, they've requested at the start of this year, I think, because I've done all the decals for all the cars, and when I tried it before the season launch, I saw that the BMW ones did not appear, and this is the one I've tested with, and I was confused because I thought my decal layers did not work anymore, and yeah, I spent 4 hours trying to figure it out. And I asked someone in Discord to help me with that, because it was just blowing my mind. And someone told me, yeah, in the last release yesterday, they just removed it from the BMW. So, it was happy days. Lost 4 of my time trying to fix something that was not broken.
You can send the bill for your time to BMW, they'll be fine with that. So Mass Devils Esports AM, they seem to be moving a bit backwards, don't they? Because they were together with their sister car, which is currently driven by Nay Stefan, in the Mass Devils Esports GTE vehicle, which is further down the road, which is a lot further up the field. And I don't think it's due to pit stops. I don't remember either of the cars being in any incidents that would knock them that far back down the track. So, just going through the field again, no change in the P1s. IES Sim Racing Schweiz, which you see leaving pit lane now. So that was an opportune time to join them. With Neil Ernie leads the P1s, with Michael Rodriguez in the Cube Racing Audi is in second. And they have quite a lot to get back on terms with. And then we've got Rick Verbiesen in the Gold Racing Team LMP1 car in third, also in an Audi. And he's trying to get back on terms after a penalty and a pit lane start. So he's had a lot of work to do in that car so far. And then in P2s, Emmanuel Wolf has taken over the TCR car now, and leads by 5 seconds over Stefan Enriquez in the N-Race Esports Platinum car, who's doing really well, who has 17 seconds over Patrick Pruss, which is what I'm going to go with in terms of a pronunciation. In the German Sim Racing green car, Sam's probably laughing his back off at the minute of how I'm saying some of these names, but never mind. And then 25 seconds further back down the road, we have Jonathan Zamora Garcia in the Mass Devils Esports car. He's been in a lot of action all the way through. And 51 seconds further back down the road again, is Luka Legchevich in the Paceworks Esports Cobalt car. Who is he laps down? He is from the lead too, isn't he?
Yeah, he's from the lead.
Yeah. So he's got a lot of work to do to get back on terms, but he's got a 39-second lead over Peter Johansson in the Legacy E-Racing car, who's on your screen now. And then last in class and laps down by a good 10.5 minutes is Carlos Basto in the Ramada Motorsports LMP2 team car, who keeps confusing me because I think that they're racing for positions when they're not. And we'll move on to Roger Schmucki now, who leads the Pro GT field. And we'll stay with the pros, because quite a distance back now is Isaac Morris in the R3T Racing Pro Porsche. A good amount of flies and rubber on the front of that car now, with all the stuff that's kicked up off the track. Following him, I think it's about 17 or 18 seconds back, is Heiko Loak in the German Sim Racing Magenta BMW. And following him, not far behind, the camera won't even have to do very much, is still Matthias Eggert in the Danu Sim Racing Rainbow car. And he should be making ground on that car shortly. And here we have the next car back in the Pro, which is Guillaume Jabard in the N-Race Esports Ford GT. That's got a bit of bend in the front of that, hasn't it? Oh, it's got even more than a bend. That's got proper impact damage, that.
Yeah, I remember that's the one that caught the wall.
I'm not surprised that they can't bend that back. There's no way. Even a team of master engineers are going to get the shape back to that car. So that's going to handle like a pig for the rest of the race, that, isn't it?
Yeah, they're just going to have to watch it from the back now.
Yeah. From the good-looking end of the car. Oh, no, wait. There is no good-looking end of that car. And then, hopefully we can find Rafael Russo, who is laps down, another 9 minutes back. Is he circulating, or is he
not racing anymore? All the other are out of the race.
I see. And then we move to Jorge Lera in World of Sim Racing Team Juniors BMW, who lead the AM class of GTs. They've got a 13-second lead over Philip Mazden, who we've seen a lot of so far in the Lithium Motorsports car. He's about to lap somebody there. And he's currently got a 7.5-second lead over Andre Geiger in the German Sim Racing Friends car, who's also been in quite a lot of the action, with Benjamin Jean in the Apex Aviation Racing Ferrari, who's about to get done by the Cobalt car again. Obviously different classes. Not too far back down the road, 8 or 9 seconds, we've got Ney Stefan in the Mass Devils Esports GTE. Is that Porsche? Yeah. Have we gone back to Heiko Loak?
Yeah, that's pass for position from Matthias Segert on Heiko Loak for the third place in the GT Pro.
Oh, yes, that's an important overtake, yeah.
Yeah, gonna be back to the GTM classification later on, but yeah.
Yeah, this is worth staying with for now.
Yeah, exactly.
This could be a ding-dong door basher. See, when the last time that we saw that rainbow car, we thought, have they missed something in their paint scheme? Because on the back of the car, it looks like one of the light clusters is missing on the right-hand side, and it looks like that again on the rainbow car. On the right rear light cluster, it looks like you can see through the car. We'll have to wait for a better angle of the Ferrari before we can see it for sure. Do a chase camera on that Ferrari, will you?
Doesn't look good.
It does look like you can see through the car, doesn't it? That's bizarre. Oh well. Something for Danu Sim Racing Rainbow's team to have a look at. my eagle eyes have spotted something there. There's a whole gaggle of cars going through. If you focus on car number 102 at the minute, if you can do, which is the Gold Racing team, there's a whole string of cars on this bit of track at the moment, headed off by the GT cars just in front, the lithium car I can see there, who was trying to lap somebody, I think, or was. I think they've just come out of the pits potentially. But there's all sorts going on just here. That BMW is right out on the marbles there. P2 car coming through as well. Gold Team Racing, or Gold Racing Team rather, threading the needle and weaving between the cars. That was a good bit of action. And here we have South Wheels Racing Team, who we had a shout out for from Alan Guevara. So Sergio Catalucci, I'm going to go with as a pronunciation. Again, Sergio, if you want to let me know how you actually say your name, that'd be great. Is trying to track down. Oh, you're going to have to help me with this one, I'm afraid, Sam.
So, as I repeat, I'm gonna try it, but I'm not sure at all. True roulage, but if you hear us, and if it's not correct, just shoot out a message. I'm gonna try to get it right.
Yep, we'd like to get them right, we really would. We don't mind getting them wrong. But it's the TT Motorsport BMW that the South Wheels Racing Team Porsche is busy zoning in on. They obviously want that position. That will be for 8th in class. Yes, 8th in class. Important points on the table for this particular battle. I want to test your reaction speeds here, Sam. Who's at the top of the GTAM league at the moment? Which team is that?
I'm gonna show that on screen. That's the World of Sim Racing Team Junior with 193 points.
Ah, right, so. And then TT Motorsport, who we are. I knew they were up there somewhere. So they're in, well, they're soon to be in 9th because they're just been overtaken by the Porsche. They're at the top of the league table, so that's an interesting exchange there, because TT Motorsports might get overtaken by quite a few cars in the league if they maintain the position they've got now. This is a very close battle here between the two Porsches of Ney Stefan in the Mass Devils Esports GTE car and Isaac Morris, who cuts right across the nose of the Mass Devils car in the R3T Racing Pro car. So on track position, yes, but in different classes of car. So here we have Andre Geiger in the German Sim Racing Friends car. And in 4th place in the AM class, we have Benjamin Jean in Apex Aviation Racing. He's got about a 9-second lead over Ney Stefan in the Mass Devils Esports GTE car. On your screens now, getting overtaken by the P2 car of the same team. 4 seconds gives him a flash as he goes. 4 seconds back from Ney Stefan is Thomas Asmussen in the H2 Performance SRT car. In that Porsche, he's been in a couple of little incidents along the way so far. He wants to stay a bit cleaner than that to get to the end. A minute or so behind is Sergio Catalucci in the South Wales Racing team. But we have a battle on screen potentially. Nope, there we go. He's not necessarily on his own. You can see in shot there behind him is the TT Motorsport car that we saw that overtake done on not that long ago. That's Troil Roulage. And we cut to this battle when we were going through the AM field earlier, so I'm returning to it now. And then 10th in class, and 15 seconds behind is Michael Mendez in the Core Motorsports Porsche. Not seen too much activity around that car yet. Then you've got another 7 seconds back to Vladislav Machevich. Again, apologies if I get your name mispronounced, but send me a message and I'll say it right. In the R3T Racing AM Porsche. And then I think the last running car, oh no, maybe not. Oh no, it will be the last running car in the AM class is the WS Racing Esports yellow car of Johannes Newses at the minute. He's behind the wheel of that car for now. And 3 wide down the back stretch there, when you include the P1 car that just flashed past. So lots and lots of on-track activity. Bit of flashing going on. I don't know whether that was to say I've let you go, or thank you very much for not writing me off, or something like that. Oh, it's a slow-moving TT Motorsport, isn't it? Very wide on the marbles with nobody around him for Troil Roulage. And a wake-up call for the BMW that's passing him. No damage done, apart from maybe to Pride. And we've entered one of those little phases where everybody's a bit stretched out at the minute. I was just looking at that on the timing screen actually. It's funny you did that. So N-Race Esports Platinum, I'm assuming that they've recently been in the pits, or the TCR car has.
Yeah, it was a pass for position.
It was a pass for position. Now that's the car that was carrying that bit of damage last time, wasn't it?
Yep. Then
So,
don't have it anymore.
Yeah. So I'm guessing fixed car equals fast car. Because he's not messing about at all. So the little lights down the side of the cars, you see them there on the TCR, just beyond the TCR. There's 2 blue lights at the minute. What do they refer to, Sam?
That's their position in class, Pete.
Ah, right. So obviously 1 light gets you number 1, and 3 lights gets you number 3.
Yeah, correct.
And your whole car lights up in number 4.
No, there's no lights for more than 3.
Right. Well, that's me educated on the lights system.
Yeah, the only class that's not working is the GT, because you have the, if I show you right now, the leader of the GT Pro have 1 light. He's also the GTE leader. Oh yeah. And if I go to the second car in the GTE, that's a GT AM car, they have 2 lights. There's no way on iRacing for now to distinguish the GT
I
Pro and the
thought,
GT
they
Am.
went-
Yeah,
I thought we went for digital numbers on these cars these days, no?
not in the WEC, not from I'm aware of, at least. Maybe in the US, but not in the Europe. So,
Right.
in
There's
the
an
US they
impatient
also
new
have.
car.
Yeah, in the US they also have the 3 lights. They probably have the numbers on the screen, but they also have the 3 lights to show the first, second, and third position. But yeah, as I said, iRacing do not distinguish both categories as we run the same cars. You can assign 2 different categories for the same cars. That's a bit, yeah, winky. So we are just showing different things on the broadcast and different rules for the drivers. This is why they also have the number difference to allow the drivers to know which car is in which category in the session. Because you know, on our racing, if you look at the relative, they are all on the same colors because they are all in GT category. But you can see from the numbers, it's 400 something. That's a GT Am. I know that's a Ham car. And if you're in a Pro car, that's 300. And you know, you not have to really fight for your position with a Am car if you're in a Pro, and the same for the other way around.
Right, that's really interesting. I personally knew about the numbers situation, but not about the lights. So, and the way that the lights doesn't work because of how iRacing's set up, it can't do like splits inside the same car type. So yeah, that's fascinating, to be honest. I was noticing just then, I know we're watching this, what's on screen at the minute, which is a tasty little battle that's brewing between Thomas Asmussen and Ney Stefan in the Master Devils Esports GTE car. He's definitely reeling him in, and he's going to be in Slipstream City any second now. But I also noticed that Cube Racing had the IES SimRacing Schweiz car right behind them. So they're going to get laps on track soon. So just a bit further back down the road was...
I think we can see them on the
there you
camera.
Go. Yeah. So that's the IES SimRacing Schweiz car, one lap nearly ahead of the second place car.
There it is from the inside.
Yep, that's not far, is it, to get a lap on that car? I don't know what the pit strategy is at the minute.
One more pit stop for the Cube.
One more for the Cube Racing, right. So we are expecting IES SimRacing in at some point then, to balance this equation.
And they pitted 4 laps before the Cube Racing. Not gonna be due soon,
Right.
I think.
So this is not too far away from the reality of the balanced situation then.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought the Audi was the longer fuel than the Porsche. But it's the other way around for now.
It definitely looks that way, doesn't it? And he's gaining on him quite quickly. But we need to go back to this battle. There's quite a few people nipping in and out of the pits at the minute on various different pit strategy cycles. But you can see the gain that the H2 Performance SRT Porsche has had over the Master Devils Esports car. That's either oh right, we are both boxing again on the same lap for the second time. I thought it was just a really dramatic defensive line for a second. And lots of cars pitting at the moment. Particularly in the GT class, although I think Patrick Pruss in the German SimRacing green car, the GT P2 car, has just pitted and left the pit lane. But this is for the lead of the P2s here. There's nothing between these guys, you couldn't get a rizzle of paper in there. Using the Ferrari, the Danube SimRacing Rainbow Ferrari as some sort of pick, which is what they call it in America. And that TCR car is keen to get back on terms with the N-Race Esports Platinum car in front. Stefan Enriquez in the N-Racing car and Emmanuel Wolf in the TCR car. Yeah, I really enjoyed my time in the Esia HPD car. Was it was only last weekend, wasn't it, or something like that? Even though I did crash it, but it was an interesting change from GT4 and from V8s, and it shows what high downforce performance is like to me, obviously. And yeah, I found it very enjoyable, so thanks for letting me take part in that, Sam.
Yeah, it was a cracking race. A bit sad of what happened in the night, but yeah, I could have played for a podium. We had no issue going to the night. But yeah, it was a low downforce setup, by the way, not the high downforce. But compared to the V8, it's kind of high downforce anyway, so yeah, that was quite fun. We have fairly good split, I think. There's some few people that behave a bit weird. For an iRacing official, that was pretty good. I saw some of the teams here had good result also in their respective split. That was close between the TCR and the GT.
It really was.
Yeah. But yeah, so pretty good result from some teams from the championship. That's quite to see. A lot of them had a good race. As I said at the start of the broadcast, I think we have the Soul Sweet Racing into the split as well.
Yep.
We are exactly the same team. We can use the name from the registration and now from the session from last week. And yeah, that was. Always pretty good to see people racing in your league when you're doing official races. You see, you know the people, even if they aren't driving yet in the championship. You know the name, you know you will have to see them again. And I say this also for the V8s, the people that do the official races. On the Friday night, for example, the one we broadcast, and they will race each other on the Saturday night for the V8 ESC. That's always fun to fight someone in an official that you will face with into a league session. You feel you have the same feeling in the official race than the one you have in the league races. That most of the time more enjoyable in my eyes, at least, because you know people way more than you know in the official series, except for the guys that are always in the top splits and racing always the same guys, of course. But for the average people like us, you always race someone different in your official races, and this brings something a bit more personal and a bit more a better feeling of the race.
Yeah, that all makes sense. And so it was good to see, or share the track rather, with people we knew and people we didn't. So yeah, very enjoyable. The TCR car here in front on screen at the minute got very, very close to the N-Race Esports car, but then a P1 car came through. I think it was the Q Racing car. And now the IES SimRacing Rights car is going to do the same thing and kind of disturb that battle with one of the Porsches peeling off for another visit to the pits. They can really close up on those P1 cars under braking, can't they, the P2s?
Yeah, you're braking, you have better braking on the P2s and the P1. Some are playing with the brake. Yeah, that was pretty close. Some are playing with the brakes to regain boost and so on.
I see.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing. And the braking is not the best on the P1 cars. They're very faster than the GTs and the P2. at some points, and yeah, it really pulls you up. I've learned that in the past with the P2 when you have a very good pedal set, and you know the guy in the P1 haven't. So you're braking almost 200 meters later than them at Le Mans, for example, and yeah, you're 300 more kilometers, and you start braking 200 meters before you, and you're just caught up in some kind of weird thing when you have to jump out of the lane, the racing line.
Yeah, that's extreme. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty massive, the difference sometimes between the P2 and the P1. The P2 has actually a really good braking, especially if you run mid and high downforce. You can tweak it a bit on the low downforce to still brake pretty hard, but that pretty much use very hard your tires. So
Yeah.
you're not really keen to do it, but yeah, the P2 has a really good braking.
Yeah, because it just slams the car into the tarmac, doesn't it, with the downforce and the braking at the same time, and all that heat will transfer from the friction into the tyre, and then you have over hot tyres straight away.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much it. But that's a great feeling to be able to brake really late compared to the V8. Yeah, it's a different feeling. You have everything in your hands to brake properly. You don't have to feel it within the 24 hours, but it's not the same feeling. You really have to get it right in a different manner compared to the V8.
Right. Yeah.
You're locking tires and the same way you do with the V8, but you're braking really much stronger.
Well, yeah, because you're carrying so much more speed for a start, aren't you? And the downforce is assisting the grip level. Here we go with that's the IS SimRacing Swish car. Possibly getting held up a little bit there behind that Apex Aviation Racing Ferrari. Look at the way they just fly down there. It's terrifying, isn't it? Oh, that was a slow drift round that corner. Didn't hit anything, so regroup, take the off track, calm down and get back into the race. That was Stefan Sikor in the German Sim Racing Friends car. You'll be glad to know it's been immortalised on the Backfire Simsport broadcast for Esia's Endurance Championship.
Another turn one victim.
Yeah, I've lost the broadcast through the replay at the minute. Oddly, I've got it back now with Core Motorsports back on screen with Michael Mendez. And he's pitting his car, ready for his next cycle of tyres and fuel. And Antonio Dominguez, I think. Dominguez. There we go. Antonio Dominguez. In the Master Devils Esports GTE car has taken the steering wheel in his hands and he's off down the road after Stefan Sikor in the German Sim Racing Friends car who did the slow drift for no style points. You need a bit of a flick on it, Stefan, if you want some points for that. Let's have a look at the YouTube chat, see if anybody's talking to me. No, got no friends right now.
Yeah, and still nobody for interviews. I'm surprised because in season 1 and 2 we had loads of people that joined these broadcasters for interviews. Let's say his English was not the best. And now we have you, but that's still better. And we have nobody in the booth for interviews. So people, if you want,
I must frighten people. Yeah, but come and talk to us. We should be on air for about another hour or so at least. And you can talk to us, do some shout outs, tell us how the cars are handling, or not handling. Tell us how bad your teammates are, tell us some secrets about your teammates, all good fun. So, this is interesting. The TCR car is now behind the German sim racing green car, I'm assuming through a pit stop cycle.
No, we just saw the German sim racing past the TCR. It seems that Emmanuel Wolf is having some trouble for now, and you have Pete Bingham dodging connection.
Oh, I see. He's not gone full Bingham though, has he? Because I can still see him.
Yeah, it's not as bad as you, but still not the best in the world.
Yeah, mine's all fixed now, so happy days. Even though it cut out today, that was just because of the thunderstorm that was raging over the top of my house. And this is very, very close on track. Oh no, that's contact, and with the wall now as well. TT Motorsports. And that is a car a lap down, isn't it, in front of him? No, it's not. That was for position, isn't it? With WS Racing Esports yellow car. He's not going to be happy about that, because that'll be a significant amount of damage. I'd love to see that again from an aerial view over the top of the cars.
Yeah, there's no incidents. I can go back to time.
No incident.
Yeah, gonna watch back.
Right.
This is the pass for second position, yeah. And I'm gonna try, that's a bit later on.
You're trying to get a replay of it. I see what you do.
Yeah, but that's a bit too early on, and we have cracking battle all over the place now.
I know. It's weird,
And,
isn't it?
oh yeah, and this one I'm gonna have it.
Tell me you've got that on camera somewhere on a replay reel.
Yeah, and that's
the same two cars.
No, that's not. That's the
lithium.
TT Motorsports. Yeah, and that's the lithium Motorsports. There are pretty loads of them now.
So TT got wild, and racing incident really, isn't it? He lost control.
Yeah, there's not much they can do about this one.
No, that's just very, very expensive.
Okay, I'm back, gentlemen. Looks like I've come back just as the action has been going on.
Yeah, that was a bit tasty, Clyde, what we've just seen. We saw two BMWs going down the back straight, and now my memory betrays me as to who it was. We're trying to find footage of it because it looked a bit weird. It looked like they pinched each other. And the TT Motorsport car and the lithium car got together and did some damage to both, in theory. And then not long after that, this happened. So TT Motorsports BMW, at the hands of Thomas Solveig Larsen, gets it on the marbles. Oh, is this a different lap?
Yeah, this one is the lap before. I'm trying to find out what happened at the bus stop.
Stick with it then.
Yeah, that's a bit long, but yeah, I don't have the event recorded. I see
No, that's fine.
There's cracking battle for 5th position in the GT. I'm gonna go back on this later on, but we want to see what really happened on this incident.
Yeah, because this one looked really weird. It was the WS Racing Esports yellow car here, as the TT Motorsports car goes around the outside, they get onto the straight and it all gets all squashed up towards the wall here, but then that happened.
Yeah, a bit of a weird incident, that.
Yeah, and if Sam stays with it, which he hasn't done.
Yeah, I can go back to the other incident if you want, but to show it, Clyde.
Yeah.
Just gonna watch the pass for the 5th place in the GTM from the Mars DVD Sports. Nice one.
Yep. Antonio Dominguez there. This is what we were talking about before. Loses it on the marbles and
Yeah, he just gets out wide, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Nothing the other car can do about that.
No, the other car, well, it doesn't look like a BMW anymore.
Was that the one that we see just after with no front end on it?
This is the one. Lithium Motorsports with Kevin Vu.
Or Vu 2.
Yeah, you need some voodoo to get the front on that car again.
So where are we? We are coming up on the 4-hour mark. We are just past 5 o'clock in sim. I'm sure the drivers are enjoying the cooler track, which has now dropped to 93 degrees Fahrenheit.
Look how busy the track is in certain portions. It's like the M25 on a Friday afternoon. I'm not going about as fast. Actually, the M25 on a Friday afternoon doesn't move at all, does it? It's just like a giant car park. So this is the IES Sim Racing Strikes car. Still on the same lap as the Cube Racing car, which must still be in front of them somewhere. On track, I mean, not in position.
So if my timing screen is not lying to me, all 3 of the P1s are still running and all 7 of the P2s.
Yep, we have lost a small bunch of cars. We've lost the bottom 3 that's showing your screen. 4, I think, actually. So from Guillaume Jabard down over. Oh no, he's still going, but he's bent up. He's the one that drove into the tyres at the end of the pit lane.
Yeah, they was destroyed fairly early on, weren't they?
Yeah, and they're struggling around, but they're still going, which is brilliant. Because they could still get a point scoring position out of this. It depends what happens over the next 19 or 20 hours. I was discussing before about incident points, Clyde, because the limit is 120 before you end up in pit lane. And this, or that car that we were just looking at, was the legacy car. And one of their drivers already had 41 points.
That's quite impressive round this track.
I was saying that, but as Sam rightly pointed out, if you cut the bus stop every lap, which is easily done, it's the only place where you can get easy X's. Oh, that was a shunt as well, wasn't it?
You're going to have to get that car fixed before it gets dark.
Yeah, that was a nudge.
That was a nudge.
I don't know how that BMW is handling at all.
The engine will be nice and cool.
It should be. It's got the world's ultimate radiator on it. Or ultimate air intake, rather.
I think lucky for those guys, there is plenty of lighting around Daytona, so...
Yeah, that is a nasty dent on the back of that Porsche. And the engine's back there on that car as well.
Looks very sharky from the side.
It does. Oh dear, TCR. Nathaniel Schramm. Where's he gone?
I don't know.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Well, some good style points in that one, but
Yeah, I don't think the car coming through the bus stop hit him. Doesn't
No.
look like there's any damage on that car.
no. And he's back racing again. I don't know what that's done for the position, because they were quite close to certain other members of the field not that long ago. In fact, TCR were leading that class at one point. Now they're in 4th. So whether that's pit stop cycling or something like that, I'm not really sure.
Could be just driver order. They could be saving their fastest drivers for later on in the race.
Yep. So this is Patrick Shilikowski, who set off on the journey for SimRacingAcademy, and he still leads. I think he's probably led every lap, has he? Sam, can you see that?
Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but
Because he's got a substantial lead. As long as my screen's right, he's got a 1 minute lead over the first AM car, let alone over the first Pro car that's following him.
You see the shadows are getting longer now on the track.
They are, yeah. It won't be long until they go into darkness, really. Is Daytona one of those tracks where you get a horrible sunset sheen on the track? I don't think it is.
I think they all do, don't they? You get that weird orangey.
Yeah, blinding.
Yeah.
I know that Sebring is particularly. I find that really bad for that.
Yeah. And you also get the alien abduction shafts of light in the sky.
Yeah. Whoa. Oh, what's going on here? That's the TCR car again.
Yeah.
He's having a bit of bother, is Nathaniel Schramm?
Don't know whether he went on his own or whether he got help there. There was a GT car close.
He's wiped
he went
out
on his own, didn't he? Yeah.
He's just charged the corner.
I think, yeah, like you say, he just carried too much speed in there.
Yep. Sure, his team boss is screaming down his radio at the minute. What are you doing? So, German Sim Racing, rather Magenta, chasing down the Danu Sim Racing Rainbow car again. This is another battle that's gone on a long time. Switch places many times.
And the races that we've done broadcasting this series, that rainbow car is always in the thick of a battle with somebody.
Yeah, in the first one we did, it was absolutely mince, wasn't it? It was destroyed. There wasn't a straight panel on the car. And this has been quite a quick catch for that German Sim Racing Magenta car.
Yeah, there wasn't much of a fight there.
No, but that is for position in the Pro class. So whether they're playing the very, very long game in that rainbow car, I'm not sure. The last time that happened, though, one lap later, the rainbow car took the place back again.
Yeah, there's a number of possibilities. This will be interesting. 2 GT cars, a P2 and then a P1.
Yep. And the Ferrari won't want to get out of the gas in order to let them through when there's a position at stake. Although he's gone off the driving line to let them through, which is a strange tactic. But must have found that was the safest, most competitive option.
Yeah, it could be that Andre is just driving to a lap time for their fuel. I don't know.
I don't remember him being in any crashes. Or that car, rather.
No, it looks clean.
Doesn't sound like he's getting it to top revs, but that can be deceiving sometimes on iRacing when you're outside the car.
So we are on board. Presuming it's got a 6th gear.
Yeah, me too. I was staring at that thinking, why isn't it picking up?
Bit strange.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that this car's not got problems. Because he was sat on the rev limiter.
Yeah, see if we can stay with him and see what happens this time.
It's very shallow line into that turn. Of course, all the turns on this track are very uniquely named, aren't they?
Yeah.
Turn 1, turn 2.
Right, let's have a look now.
So we should be getting some degree of tow here. It's not selecting 6th at all. Is that just a feature of the Ferrari?
Possibly.
I saw 6th gear on my side, guys. So don't know what's the issue on yours, but yeah, I have.
Well, we're watching the in-car dash.
Yeah, 6th gear now.
No, still 5th.
5th.
Yeah, you're not right. Can't tell you.
Wasn't that weird?
Well, if anybody on the stream could back us up and just let Sam know that the in-car dash didn't move from 5th. Because if it went to 6th, then both myself and Pete are blind.
Or just mentally challenged in some way.
Yeah, second option.
So R3T Racing Pro Car is 2nd in class at the minute. And the Pro Cars are slowly making their way through the AM field in certain instances.
Right, that's really weird.
Go on.
So I've just scrolled back on the stream.
Yep.
And it's gone to 6th.
That's just what?
Isn't that weird?
That's weirdness personified.
Yet we are watching what Sam is screaming, I was going to say then. Streaming.
Yeah, and it didn't go out
And
of
it
5th.
didn't go out of 5th.
Yeah. Bonkers. So the dented. Ooh, that car, the Apex Aviation car's got a massive dent in the front of it now. Let's wait for you to see the front of this one. It won't be long, since he's gone really wide to let the also rear dented Mastavel's esports car go through. But that's proper crinkled up the front of that Ferrari.
Yeah, just a bit of information, guys. The car 479, so that's the car that had issue with the TT Motorsport that sent them into the wall.
Oh yeah.
SimRacing Esports, they got 30 seconds penalty for causing collision.
Right. So that was that the yellow car?
It's
WS Racing Esports yellow.
Yeah, that's this car on
The
screen
one.
now.
Yep. And when do they serve that? Within 3 laps, did you say?
I don't know if the race it's shown an issue in the race control sheet, so that must have been already done by the car.
Oh right, it's already served it. Okay. I was just wondering because it's odd that that car is still ahead of the TT Motorsport car, but that could have been through the other impact that car had with the one that lost the front end.
Or it could be that we just can't trust what we're seeing on the screen.
Could be that.
Because Sam's sending us one feed and then streaming a different feed.
I'm lying to you.
A little bit of a handful, that Porsche, at the minute.
Okay, so inside information from race control, not served yet, so they will have to serve it.
I was wondering because...
Thanks, Daniel.
The TT car is still behind them. And you would think that they'd be at least on par with them, if not slightly ahead, given the length of the penalty.
Whoa,
sideways and stopped on the racing line. Over the bumps leading onto the Roval.
No damage.
Sorry. No damage, which is the key point. But we're seeing a few of these P2 cars now having trouble with handling.
Yeah.
Building track or...
H2 Performance SRT car, is that speckled on the front or is that covered in flies?
Yeah, I was saying that before. The one in front of the... I see what you mean, because both of those cars, the one in front as well, which I think is R3T Racing Pro, they both look speckled on the front.
They do, don't they?
I think it's the paint job. Maybe not, I don't know. We are 142 laps in, or 141 and change at the minute. So, chances are it could be dirt and debris, bits of rubber. Let's have a look.
I think it's in the paint.
I do as well. Doesn't look like the speckles you normally see. Right, I'm going to go for a comfort break, so I'll be back shortly.
Roger. Ooh, 3 wide. Well done, gentlemen. Whoa. A lot of cars seem to be struggling now. No particular reason. The track should be grippier. It's down to 89 degrees Fahrenheit now.
Yeah, maybe people tried to push a bit more with cooler track temperatures.
Yeah, it could be. People may be finding a bit more grip and then pushing their luck.
I'd like to know what happened to the Apex Racing Aviation, or Aviation Racing, should I say, because they have very bad front end of the car.
Yeah, he's got a lot of damage, hasn't he? Especially around the splitter.
Yeah, and the bumper and all the front is on the left front is kind of ripped off. It would be good if someone from the chat is part of the team or know what happened. I tried to find out in the event logger if they had some kind of crashes or something, but couldn't find anything.
So it looks like Nathaniel Schramm has got himself sorted out. We've not seen him spin for a few laps, which is good. Guessing he's going to get a massive tow here and have a go into turn 1. Massive overspeed. Job done. The track's looking a bit dark in certain places. I think that's just a cloud cover at the moment. There is still blue sky overhead. So these two have been going at it for a little while. Patience from the P2 there, and he will get the job done on the way to the bus stop.
Yeah, that's something we saw a lot from the NRA sports. Both the P2 and the GT, they show a lot of patience with the traffics, and they are quite high in the result each time, or almost each time if they're not caught up by behind from someone else. They are really showing great patience, and now the P2 is first, and sadly the GT is well back because of the incidents earlier on in the race, but that's clearly a team that's raced for the lead, and the N-Race GT.
So I think that Ferrari must be down on top end speed because he's not challenging the Porsche even with the tow, but the tow is keeping him in touch. So it's probably doing him a favour at the moment, sitting behind that Porsche.
Yeah, he has been caught up by the Porsche. Now he can stay behind, probably because of the draft, but not top speed. If he loses some seconds on the guy in front, I'm pretty sure he will lose more time, and there's no point for them to fight. I think at the moment, just stay behind, do the tow, and see how it goes for the next hour, or maybe some damage will be fixed by iRacing. Not sure, but yeah, they might get some pace in a bit later on.
So the Porsche there in front is having a few connection issues. A couple of disappearing acts. Weird. I'm still only seeing 5th. Wide line there from the Porsche, but you can get away with it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well avoided, well avoided. That was one of the areas that we spoke about either just before the race started or as the race was started. One of those dodgy areas where you're going from flat to banking. Always makes the car a little bit loose, and as you see there, it made the car a lot loose.
Yeah, that's gonna have to get back P3 now.
Yeah, once the car goes there, there's not really a great deal you can do about it. You're along for the ride. So the Gold Racing LMP1 that started from pit lane is still charging after the leader.
Yeah, he's got P2 back now. He's 10 seconds ahead of the Cube Racing.
Yeah, I was just looking at that, and I presume this is not lying to me. Cube Racing must have had a considerable amount of damage and a very long pit stop.
Yeah, not really look like it. I think Rick Verbison from Gold Racing Team just double steamed the tires where the Teals didn't last time by, at least. Maybe it's triple stint, don't know. I've not really catch all the action from the P1. I've got all of the GTs and the P2 battles. Talking about battles, battle for P1.
So yeah, this is where it gets tricky. They're fighting each other. They're fighting their way through traffic. I'm sure Patrick would like to try and make a move into the bus stop if they can get these GT cars cleared. Excuse me. He pulled out of the slipstream then and hit a brick wall. But I'm sure he'll try again this time. See the gap coming down. There's the overspeed, pass complete. Test needs to get it slowed down. And there it is, your new P2, P1. I was going to say, is there anything Stefan can do about this? But I'm not sure he can. I think Patrick has pulled quite a distance already, or enough to very limit the tow. He's got an opportunity this time. He's possibly a bit too far back. See the gap coming down. They're going to be in the braking zone. Two goes at turning that in. He's definitely not giving up on this.
Perfect. I'm gonna quickly refill the water for the end of the broadcast now.
Go for it.
Gonna leave a few minutes.
So let's have a look where we are. Assuming that my timing tower isn't lying to me, which I think it is at the moment, so I'm not going to say anything and make myself look daft. So it looks like it's possibly sorted itself out now. So, according to my timing tower, we have, in the P1, we have IES Sim Racing Schweiz in first, Gold Racing Team in second, and Cube Racing in third. In the P2 class, we've got German Sim Racing Green in first, N-Race Esports Platinum in second, and TCR in third. In GT Pro, we've got Sim Racing Academy in first, R3T Racing Pro in second, and German Sim Racing Magenta in third. And in GT Am, we've got H2 Performance SRT in first, World of Sim Racing in second, and Masked Devils Esports GTE in third. Quick check on the conditions. We are now sim time of coming up to 5:45 p.m. and we have a track temperature of 86 degrees Fahrenheit. We are a little over 4.5 hours into the 24-hour race, and our leader is on lap 178.
And I'm back to the drive.
Roger.
Just here that you talk about the leader. Here he is. 59 seconds ahead of the Gold Racing Team NMP1 now.
Oh, Pedro.
Not the first one called Backfire 1.
We're seeing a few cars do that at the moment. Like you say, I think it could be funnily enough, the grip level is coming up as the track cools, and drivers are just pushing the limit a little bit too far. However, that corner is so easy to get it wrong. So there we are, looking through the letterbox. .203 miles an hour there. Gets up to here. .205 miles per hour. Wow. And bear in mind, that's from a diesel engine as well.
Yeah, he's really gaining a lot of time on the leader now. And the 6th last lap went down from 1 minute 1 to 66 seconds. 66 seconds.
I was going to say, that went up.
Yeah. You know, my list is still not the best, but yeah, people on the broadcast can see the correct number, so if I get it wrong, they will see it correctly.
So there he is in for a scheduled stop. That is our second place. Sorry, that's our first place car. So this was a quick look at our leaders in class and how they're getting on.
Yeah, here the SimRacingAcademy car just went through the pits and went back on track in front of second place, so that's a pretty big advantage now.
Yeah, so at this early stage in the race, believe it or not, the only people that are going to beat them at the moment is themselves. But as we keep saying, it's a long race and so many things can happen. I don't hear any fat ladies singing at the moment. So there's a clean looking BMW there.
Yeah, and looks like we're cycling through the pit stop for the GT, so I'm gonna be back on the GTM leaders maybe a bit later on. I'm not sure that's worth some racing, but looks like that is the leader, the effective leader of the GTM. They've not took tires the last time by, and they have passed the H2 Performance SRT.
So if drivers are double stinting tyres now, it could pretty much guarantee they'll have a go at triple stinting them through the night. And bear in mind, you can save a lot of time by not taking tyres, because with these cars, tyres and fuel are done separately, not concurrently.
Yep, just during the time on the broadcast, you can see the two first cars in GT now. And I've pitted and done 35 seconds of pit time, where the third and fourth in the GT overall have done 1 minute and 2 and 1 minute and 4. So that's almost half minute longer to put tires.
Yeah. Which is a lot of time in anybody's books. So the drivers have had a message from race control asking them not to come off of line to let faster cars past. Even if it is with good intention, it could still lead to a crash. It's much better for the drivers just to stick to their line, be predictable, and let the faster cars make the decision on when and how to make a safe pass.
And as Jens said in the chat, tire saving is the key, and that's totally right.
Yeah, it certainly is.
In all the endurance races, when you can save your tires, oh, pretty good to go to the end, and especially in the night runs, where you can double, maybe triple stint. You're losing Clyde, he's probably dying now.
I am, yeah. It's I've got coronavirus for the 4th time this week.
Okay, great. You're still sending loads of pasta all over the place?
It's calmed down recently, so yes. It's been a testing time for those of us that work in the food sector, but things are starting to get back to normal. See how long those shadows are getting now. That was done safely eventually. Ooh, what happened there?
That's a weird one.
Weird one, isn't it?
It looks like some sort of hardware failure.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that one.
Yeah, could be interesting to have some shootout from the team in the chat or something to tell us what happened. So, as we always see in the races, and it is in all races, the NRAC Sports is saving a lot of fuel, and they are carrying on more than all the other cars on track. So the old first place in the P2 category was the German SimRacing Purple. They have pitted on lap 171. They are now on lap 174, 175 for the NRAC Sports. So they are stretching out a bunch the stints. So it's gonna be interesting to see where they are at the end of this 24-hour race, because we are only almost 5 hours in and they already have a lot of laps margin from the first one to blink. That is the German Sim Racing Green. So they can afford to beat a little bit of time and maybe be second for a while, and they will gain back this position later on when they will do one less pit stop.
Yeah, and like you say, every little bit that they save at the moment, because of the amount of pit stops that these guys are doing, at the end of 24 hours, that can be the difference between having to make another pit stop and not. And therefore, that could mean a win or at least a position or two. So, yeah, it's something that you have to think about for the whole 24 hours. There's no point just trying to do it right near the end. If you're going to go down that route, you need to do it from the start. See Andre off there. Bit of dirt tracking.
Yeah, maybe a bit of help from the P2 there.
Yeah, I don't think there was contact. I think the P2 just sort of forced him out wide onto them marbles, and once you're out there, it's like driving on ice.
Yeah, hard one to call.
Very dirty looking cars out on track now.
Yeah, there's almost as much rubber on the cars than we have on the ground.
Yeah, you could probably scrape that off and make a new set of tyres.
So, interesting thing to know, the NRAC Sports did 2 tires last time by, where the German Sim Racing did not.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that does actually give them any advantage. We'll have to keep an eye on the lap times.
Yeah, that's another cool thing that iRacing introduced recently. It's the max set of tire out per race. We have not introduced this one in the championship, but now we can limit the amount of tires people get for race. That could be something interesting. Maybe a V8 endurance race or something, or if people want to have an hardcore endurance like this one and set the max amount of tires to 12. Don't know how it works really, if it's 12 tires or 12 sets, full set of tires, but that could be something interesting. You'll have to double stint tires, maybe triple stint to get one fresh rubber at the end or something like that. But that's something that can bring some sort of thinking about the race and strategy stuff. Let's see how it goes for the future.
Yeah, like you say, it brings a whole new level of strategy into it, doesn't it? Trying to save a set of tyres for the end. Anything like that, in my eyes, is good. It's anything that improves the strategy side of things. It is always good. We are fast approaching the 5-hour mark.
Any dramas?
Yeah, a couple of people have slidden off in turn 1. Slidden, is that a word?
It's not.
Is no.
Clyde Shakespeare Whiting. Making up his own words. That is dirt on that car, isn't it?
Me and Sam was just saying there's some really dirty looking cars out there.
Yeah.
And you can probably, scrape all the rubber off them and make new sets of tyres out of them.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to be jet black by the time they finish the 24 hours. They don't come out of the pits clean every time, do they?
No. I think the rubber build-up stays.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting facts, guys. The H2 Performance Grand Prix in second place of GTM has 2 tires last time by, where the World of Sim Racing Junior did not. And on the last 6 laps, the H2 Performance gained 7 seconds.
Whoa.
That's massive.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he's going to end up giving the place back, I think, here, because the slipstream is going to be huge. Or maybe not. Maybe he can still continue to pull away, because he's not actually gaining on him like I thought he would. He's just going to sit behind him, I think.
Yeah, I think they are not really a point for them to go by. They will be done once again pretty soon.
Yeah.
It's better to stay behind, try to keep the pace, even with those old tires, and see how it goes.
Well, he needs to stay with him to keep the tow, doesn't he? In that case.
Yeah, and that's the best thing they have to do, trying to keep it.
It's funny, isn't it? The BMWs don't seem to accrue the same dirt level as the Porsches. So how much time has he lost there? He's got 1.1 seconds, so he'll still have a tow for this straight, won't he? 'Cause the tow will be good for about 1.5 seconds, would you say, Clyde?
Yeah, I think up to 2.
Right. I mean, they are big old beasts, these things, aren't they?
Yeah. Probably from 2 seconds back, you're not going to make a pass. But it certainly get you, back up to the car in front of you.
Yeah, you kind of want to be, in an ideal world, pulling up to the back of that car in front at the end of, or going into turn 1 each time, so that you maintain the car in front's overall lap time. Or maintain the same as the car in front's overall lap time. I mean, he's going to nearly achieve it here. But then he's going to lose it all through the twisty bits. Because he can't get onto the gas as early, can he?
He certainly can't, no.
It's a snarl. Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, he's managed to miss it all. That's a snarling Ferrari, isn't it? It's had that damage for quite a long time.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's pitted since, so they haven't fixed it.
Yeah, you can have quite a few optional repairs to do, can't you? And
Oh dear. That's the legacy car again.
Yeah, but both got lucky there. They did not touch a wall, so that's pretty lucky.
Lucky on both counts, actually. Both cars. So Luke was already high on the incident count. Let's see where he's at now. Where's the legacy gone? Oh, there we are. 43 incidents at the minute, so he's not building on that mountain of 1Xs.
Maybe someone of the team was looking the broadcast when we talk about incidents, and they've told the drivers they have a limit.
Yeah, might be like that.
This one was a big push from Pedro on the GT.
It certainly was. Oh. I lost all of that footage then for some reason.
Yeah, me.
So that's the WS Racing Esports yellow car with Johannes Nusis. Anything on the chat, Clyde?
No, not really. The guys definitely saw 6th gear. That was the last time you was here.
Yeah.
We had a little chat about trying to double stint and triple stint tyres to cut your pit laps. Sorry, your number of pit stops down.
Yeah.
And yeah, a little bit quiet on the chat at the moment.
So Patrick Shilikowski continues to lead the GT Pro and all the GTs for the SimRacingAcademy car. He's now got a, what's that, a 1 minute 25 lead over the second place car, which is now a pro car. It's Casper Nystrom in the R3T Racing Pro car. That's a healthy lead, isn't it? 80 odd seconds.
It certainly is, yeah.
I think there's been 2 drivers in that car so far. So Roger Schmucki doing 63 laps and Patrick here having done 105. Obviously, this is the team that Max Pierre drives for, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah, correct, Pete. I'm pretty sure he will race within the night at least, or maybe tomorrow.
Oh, right, okay. Obviously, Patrick didn't like the cones being there and wanted to redistribute them into a place that he found more aesthetically pleasing.
And once again, this is the grass, this one, for the Legacy racing.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that, so I'm going to have to look at the
I've got it. He actually did well to get that slowed down on the grass.
I didn't see any of that, unfortunately.
That's Luke Reimer from Legacy E-Racing.
Yep. This is the chap that I was saying has got so many incidents. And this is Luke Bataille. They are slowly, no they're not. I thought they were slowly repairing that car, but it's, I think you're right, Sam, I don't think that's repairable anymore, is it? It's beyond iRacing's capability to push that straight again.
Yeah, I think so.
And yeah, he's in a little void of his own there, isn't he? He's got over 2 minutes in front of him to the next car, and then over 8 minutes behind him to the next car. And actually, I don't think. Well, yeah, rough. Raphael Rousseau in the L1 Esports car is not running, is he anymore?
No, he's not racing anymore. But even if they are 12 laps down, finishing 5th will grant them 68 points at the end of the race. Yeah. That's more than winning a 6-hour race. So
yeah, it's worth staying in it, isn't it?
Yeah, the best thing to do is keep it to the end. Yeah, they will gain more points than winning a race. So, just a reminder for people who don't know, 6-hour race, you're on 50 points, 45, 40, 37, 34, 32, 30, 28, 26, 25, 24. -1 all the way down to the end of the order. For 10-hour races, you won 70, 63, 66, 62, 48, 45, 42, 39, 36, 34, 32, and then -1 all the way down. And for this 24-hour race, you earn 100, 90, 80, 74, 68, 64, 60, 56, 52, 50, 48, 46, 44, and -2 all the way down.
So yeah, massive points availability, even for finishing quite low down the standings comparatively then.
Yeah, exactly. And we have another crash from...
Seen that on the event viewer. Thomas Smola.
Oh, he's half spun it and then gone all the way around. It's quite good, quite nice style points.
Yeah, he almost got the N-Race Esports and MP2 in the incident.
Yeah, no. Yeah, nearly gathered him up.
Looking from inside the P2.
This is going to be a code brown right here. Wow, that was close.
That was pretty close, yeah.
That was brilliant. Nice work, Ludovic. Oh no, that's the Cobalt car. It was already fairly far. Oh no, they've already made some time back, haven't they? And positions back, because they were right at the back at one point. And they're back on track. They didn't hit anything, so happy days.
Yeah, you can still get damage, can't you, going across the grass, but it will come up as a few seconds of optional repairs at the next pit stop.
Yeah. And there's no massive sausage curbs around here, is there? So
no,
you're not going to do any kind of damage like that. What happened to that Mass Devils Esport?
Oh,
I know.
That was
weird. Like he was aiming at the back of it. So
yeah.
That's the Mass Devils Esports car that took the rear shunt before, and they've obviously got into the back of somebody themselves now. Because that's a bonkers looking front on that Porsche.
That's a snarl.
It certainly is. There's the other one, the sister car, who looks... That's what it should look like. Well, this is what it shouldn't look like on your screens now. It's a funny bit of damage to take. They've obviously ploughed into the back of somebody.
Yeah, they had an incident just right here, and they got up into the wall where you were away, Pete.
Ah, right, okay. There are an awful lot of marbles at the side of the road there, aren't there?
There was a lot after qualifying, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think I don't know how well all the algorithms behind modelling that, but yeah, you know, with the track temperature we had in qualifying, the surface would be ripping the tyres apart anyway, so it's not surprising.
Well, I'm going to stay on for about another 5 minutes, and then I'm going to go and have my dinner, which I think will probably see us out for tonight, will it?
I would have thought so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so, Pete.
I haven't got too long left, to be honest.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to join the race control pretty soon also. But then is the first part of the night shift.
And we're going to pick up the broadcast again at 9 o'clock BST.
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Awesome. So just before I disappear, in P1, so Simon Amosa still leads everybody with the IAS Sim Racing Schweiz car. He's 40 seconds ahead of Rick Verbiesen in the Gold Racing Team LMP1 Audi. First car was a Porsche for anybody just joining. And he is a good 6 3/4 minutes ahead of Joris Ney. I'm hoping I'm saying that right. In the Cube Racing car. So that's a big reversal of positions that I wasn't aware of till right there and then. In the P2s, we have Patrick Preus in the German Sim Racing Green car heading that field now, with the N-Race Esports Platinum car that was leading with Ludovic Uret in second, 17 seconds behind, and then the TCR car that was vying for the lead of the class with Nathaniel Schramm in third at the moment, with a bit of time behind him to Jonathan Zamora Garcia in the Mass Devils Esports car. We'll carry on with the P2s because there's only 3 more of them. So laps down is Kieran Chung with the Paceworks Esport Cobalt car that we saw diving off into the infield earlier. And then on the same lap but behind by 1 minute 20 seconds is Luke Reimer in the Legacy E-Racing car. And then laps behind those is Pedro Ramada in the Ramada Motorsports car, and that one's had a bit of bother. He's got 7.5 minutes to the car in front of him in his own class, so he's got quite a job to do. But as we heard from Sam before, the points on offer here are monstrous compared to some of the shorter, if you want to put it in inverted commas, endurance races. So yeah, there's a lot to go for. We've done a lot of watching the GTs, but we'll run through the Pro ones first. Leading the Pro at the minute, we're watching Benjamin Seiss at the moment with German Sim Racing Magenta. Doing a bit of a very slow, a little wall nudge.
It's that lazy spin, isn't it?
Yeah, where's he gone? I can't believe he's reset the car from there.
Must be some sort of connection issue.
So at the front of the field of GT Pro is Patrick Shilovkowski even, for Sim Racing Academy. We heard from Max Bier, who was also in that team earlier. He's got commanding 1.5 minute lead over Casper Nystrom in the R3T Racing Pro Porsche, who's on your screen now. He's got quite a, well, it's not massive, I don't suppose. He's got 42 seconds over Andre Pesce in the Denu Sim Racing Rainbow car, who we see on screen at the minute doing the bus stop duck and dive. And he's got, I don't know how big that gap is, because I think Heiko Loak in the German Sim Racing Magenta car is in the box. He is, yes. He's on the screen at the minute. That's a scheduled pit stop by the look of it.
No, that's the car that just went into the pits after the crash of turn 1, Pete.
Ah, so right, okay.
Yeah, don't know how long they will carry on this one, but yeah, they have to tow and then make the pit stop.
Okay, and then Luc Bataille in the N-Race Esports car rounds out the still running cars for GT Pro. And we'll move to do the first 5 cars of GTAM, which is Peter Boge in the H2 Performance SRT car. Still looking pretty good. He's been in some activity as he's been going around. Then we've got Jairo Bernal in the BMW of World of Sim Racing Team Junior. They're the ones leading the championship prior to this race, weren't they, Sam? I think.
Yeah, just let me check. Points before championship. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, see, I've got a great memory. Memory like a steel
Better
trap.
than mine for now.
He's got 23, nearly 24 second lead over Pablo Villalba Blanco in the Mass Devils Esports AM car. And that's not terribly significant in the fact that he's got a 27 second lead over Antonio Dominguez in the Mass Devils Esports GTE car. That's the one that's fundamentally more beaten up than its sister car. And then fifth in class is Paul Mazier in the Apex Aviation Racing car. That's also got a sizable dint in the front and some damage to the... No damage to the back, but definitely to the front of that car. And that rounds out top 5 of GTAMs.
Okay, so on that point, we are going to close our commentary down and carry on with a silent broadcast. I hear rounds of applause and things like that going on. Thanks to listening to us for dribbling on for the last 6 hours. Enjoy the sunset and enjoy the sunrise, and we will be back in the morning and to take you through to the end of the race. So thanks for watching so far.
Yeah, just to complete what you said, Clive, the silent broadcast will come by within the night, not right after this one, as I have to handle the race control. Don't want to show all things are going onto a broadcast, so it's gonna happen a bit later when I'm going to sleep, around midnight to 1 AM GMT. So guys, have a good night. I will see you tomorrow then.
Yep, cheers guys, and thanks to Dom who's just thanked us as commentators.
Start your engine.
Has been made.
Welcome to the Z1 Analyzer. This is the telemetry analysis application that goes with the Z1 dashboard. Its goal is to help you achieve faster laps by improving the most important part of the car, the driver. Right now, we are seeing two laps played back against each other to see how they compare. We have various traces, a track map, and video replay displayed, and this is all customizable. We can choose to display scatter plots, and these can also be customized to show any available data channel. Histograms are also supported, allowing you to dig deeper into suspension settings or any other data channel you wish to display as a histogram. One of the great aspects of the Z1 Analyzer is the analysis screens. These screens show how you are doing on your lap and provide insight on how you can improve. The lap overview screen displays general information about the lap and compares the two loaded laps. The track walk shows you a requested corner in detail, and the brake points display details the braking for each corner and how the laps compare. The driving line display shows the driving line of the two laps overlaid on the track, allowing you to easily see how the lines of each lap compare. The turn analysis screen provides information on how you are taking each turn and ways to improve. The brake lockup screen will let you know if you locked your brakes at any point during the lap. The ride height display provides a visual representation of the ride heights around the track, as well as any location where you may have bottomed out on the track. So this has been a very quick overview of the Z1 Analyzer. To try out the demo, please visit our website at z1dashboard.com. Again, that's z1dashboard.com.